Chapter 79. The domineering fist aura was filled with killing intent. The space trembled, shattered, and recovered. It kept repeating. In an instant, the huge and domineering fist aura landed in front of Lin Yi. If this fist hit, even a yin-yang realm expert would die, let alone a youth in the manifestation realm. For a moment, countless powerful beings could imagine the ending when they saw this scene. The ending was that Lin Yi would be smashed into pieces by the fist. It was extremely tragic. At this moment, Lin Yi moved. Only Lin Yi raised his hand and punched towards the huge fist aura. Celestial Emperor Fist, second level. That's right, the second level of the Celestial Emperor Fist. The Celestial Emperor Fist's fist aura was dazzling, as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. At this moment, Lin Yi had already displayed a portion of the Celestial Emperor Fist's power. However, just a portion was enough to destroy the world and make countless experts tremble. Because of the Celestial Emperor Fist's fist intent, Lin Yi had a pressure that exceeded his own realm and could resist the pressure of yin-yang realm expert. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. Unparalleled light scattered in all directions. Strong winds raged. Poochie! Poochie! Lin Yi quickly retreated. He retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his chest hurt slightly. However, the battle intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. His eyes shone brightly. On the other side, Qin Xiaotian also retreated more than 10 steps before stopping. His expression was extremely ugly. His chest hurt, and there was a sweet taste in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He originally wanted to suppress this mouthful of blood to avoid embarrassment, but in the end, he failed. Forcefully suppressing it would only leave behind sequelae. It was not worth it. He looked at his fist again. It was a bloody mess. That punch, just now, made his heart tremble uncontrollably. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. Screech! The square was filled with sighs. Everyone was stunned because they never thought that the ending would be like this. A yin-yang realm expert failed to kill a youth in the manifestation realm with a punch. Instead, he was injured by the youth's fist. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, it was clear that Qin Xiaotian had suffered a loss. Because he had taken the initiative to attack, his fist was still badly mangled. Crazy. He didn't know if the world had gone mad or if he had gone mad. Since when could the Wanxiang realm rival the Yin-Yang realm? That punch is definitely a saint-ranked martial skill. I never expected the Sky Sea realm to have a saint-tier martial technique. The Wanxiang realm can cultivate saint-tier martial arts. It seems like he has already cultivated his saint-tier martial skill to initial success or mastery. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. This little guy is really surprising. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sea sect were in the market. He originally wanted to save Lin Yi, but it was already too late. However, they did not expect that not only was Lin Yi not dead, but he had also brought them a huge surprise and shock. Originally, martial artists were unable to cultivate saint-rank martial skills. Even martial artists above the void refining stage could not cultivate it. This was because saint-tier martial skills were the means of saints, and their power could destroy the heavens and earth. As for Lin Yi, he managed to cultivate a saint-rank martial skill. Am I seeing things? To think that the ending would be like this. What a horrifying punch. A Wanxiang realm martial artist can fight with a yin-yang realm martial artist. This understanding has been overturned. Countless experts in the square were shocked when they saw this scene. The sound of discussion was endless. When the experts present looked at Lin Yi, it was as if they were looking at a monster. A 5th-level Wanxiang realm martial artist could fight with a yin-yang realm martial artist. If this was not a monster, what was? Lin Yi's punch was indeed shocking. I took your punch. Then take a punch from me, too. Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of color returned to his face. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Qin Xiaotian, who was not far away. A 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artist was indeed not simple. Furthermore, Qin Xiaotian was not an ordinary 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artist, but a super powerful 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. His punch just now was at the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, which was currently the strongest power of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Originally, after reaching the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, he was confident that he could kill a first or second level Yin-Yang realm martial artist and severely injure a third or fourth level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He did not expect Qin Shaodian to be so powerful that he did not suffer any serious injuries. As he spoke, he activated the Luo Water Sutra. He activated the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. An invincible attack was launched. The second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist exploded. Instantly, the space distorted and shattered. It was also the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, but this punch was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was because the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist had an invincible attack and the enhancement of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. A punch was launched. The experts within a kilometer could not help but feel suffocated. The fist intent was awe-inspiring, and a hole was smashed in the space. Yin-Yang creation. Qin Shaoyan's expression turned even uglier. He had already lost face earlier, and now Lin Yi actually took the initiative to attack him. From his actions and tone, this young man completely treated him as an opponent, an ordinary opponent. Since when did a Wanxiang realm martial artist dare to fight a Yin-Yang realm martial artist? To Qin Shaodian, this was simply a huge provocation and humiliation. Was he really that easy to bully? Even a fifth-level Wanxiang realm martial artist did not take him seriously. Qin Shaodian no longer cared about his image and identity. He activated the Yin-Yang force to the peak, and with a stroke of his hands, a destructive light energy crushed toward Lin Yi. The space distorted again. He felt a tinge of fear in his heart. This punch was obviously more powerful than before. Crack! In an instant, the Yin-Yang force and the Heavenly Emperor Fist collided. A cracking sound echoed in the air. A figure was thrown out like a kite with a short string. In the air, the figure spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a bloody curtain in the air, and it looked extremely tragic. Soon, the figure fell to the ground 100 meters away. Qin Shaodian was Qin Shaodian. A fourth-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was severely injured by Lin Yi's punch and sent flying. He lost all his combat strength and no longer had a chance to attack. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who was standing at the side, did not move an inch. His entire person was calm and relaxed, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. "You're too weak." Lin Yi looked at Qin Shaodian and said calmly. A fourth-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was indeed powerful. However, he was unlucky to meet Lin Yi. His strength was beyond his realm. Qin Shaodian was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The ending was not what he had imagined. He was the one who was injured twice. He was a Yin-Yang realm martial artist after all. He even wondered if it was him or Qin Shaodian who was in the Yin-Yang realm. Why did it feel like he was in the manifestation realm, while Qin Shaodian was in the Yin-Yang realm? Otherwise, how could he be injured? After being defeated by a manifestation realm martial artist, Qin Shaodian was even told that he was too weak. Any other Yin-Yang realm martial artist would be angered to death. He hated Qin Shaodian too much. He wished he could turn this despicable young man into ashes. However, could he do it now? The answer? Obviously, it was impossible. Furthermore, this was Tianhai City. The Tianhai sect would definitely know about his appearance. More importantly, there were already several terrifying consciousnesses locked onto him. As long as he made the slightest movement, he would be instantly killed. In a heavenly sea realm, if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Lin Yi walked to Qin Shaodian step by step. He said calmly. Chapter 80. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Whatever you say, I hope you stay in the sky-sea realm for the rest of your life. Humph. Qin Shaoyan's expression was extremely ugly. The feeling of being defeated by a youth in the manifestation realm was truly unbearable, but this was reality. He had already lost, and he wanted revenge. It definitely wouldn't work in the sky-sea realm. As long as Lin Yi left the sky-sea realm, he had all sorts of ways to kill Lin Yi. Oh, is that so? You have killing intent towards me, Lin Yi said indifferently. He hated it when people threatened him, and he had a habit and principle. As long as it was a threat to him, he would strangle the threat in the cradle. As he spoke, he casually pointed his finger. The finger force was like a sword, instantly landing on Qin Xiaoyan's body. Ah! Qin Xiaoyan felt the true essence in his body rapidly depleting, and his face was filled with horror. This was the thing he was most afraid of, but it happened just like that. The shattering of his dantian was worse than death. In the future, he would no longer be able to cultivate, and his cultivation would be like flowing water, never to return. In the square, countless experts also saw this scene. They all understood the meaning behind Lin Ye's words. Since Qin Xiaoyan had killing intent towards him, he had to erase this killing intent. The Sky Sea City was not like other cities where martial arts were strictly prohibited. In the Sky Sea City, martial arts were allowed. Junior brother, wait for me. After crippling Qin Xiaoyan, Lin Yi turned around and left. Luo Bingyue also followed closely. When Lin Yi and Luo Bingyue were far away, Murong Lingling finally reacted, and a sly smile appeared on her beautiful face. She shouted loudly, and at the same time, she chased after Lin Yi. Senior sister Lingling, is there anything else? Lin Yi turned around, looked at Murong Lingling who had caught up, and asked with a smile. He vaguely remembered that this senior sister was holding on to him just now. Of course, he definitely knew that Murong Lingling was using him as a shield. Now that Qin Wenfeng and Qin Xiaotian were crippled, her troubles were solved, and he didn't know what else she could do. Junior brother hates senior sister that much? Or am I disturbing junior brother and junior sister? Murong Lingling was 2 years older than Luo Bingyue. At 18 years old, she was not much different from the 16-year-old Luo Xing'er. She sized up Lin Yi with her beautiful eyes. She also did not expect that this seemingly ordinary junior brother would be so monstrous. Truly, one could not judge a book by its cover. Ordinary, ordinary. In fact, he didn't even look good. However, that scholarly aura gave people a sense of gentleness. His eyes were like the stars in the night sky, clear and wise. Behind the ordinary people, when a great battle broke out, it could only be described as powerful and domineering. It was simply like a war god descending upon the world with the might of a sovereign. Senior sister, Luo Bingyue, couldn't help but blush at Murong Lingling's words. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. Although she didn't know whether Murong Lingling was an inner or outer sect disciple, she was definitely older than her and Lin Yi. In terms of politeness, it was normal to call her senior sister. Senior sister Lingling. Who would dare to hate such a beautiful senior sister? But I still have some things to take care of. Lin Yi smiled and joked. He had to admit that Murong Lingling was pretty. She wasn't much worse than Luo Bingyue. If Lin Yi were to grade pretty girls, if the full score was 10, Luo Bingyue would be 9. 9. Luo Xing'er was 9. 9. Luo Ling'er was 9. 8. This Murong Lingling should be 9. 6. He first praised Murong Lingling before distancing himself from Murong Lingling. He didn't want to get involved with Murong Lingling, even if she was a goddess. You're going to the market, right? I know the people from the Jubao Pavilion. They might be able to help you. Murong Lingling couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Lin Yi praise her. There were at least 9,000 people who praised her for her beauty, but she was already tired of hearing it. But not only was she not annoyed by Lin Ye's praise, she even enjoyed it. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yi didn't think much of it. He wasn't going to ask for help. He was just delivering a business deal. But since Murong Lingling had spoken, he couldn't refuse. Then, the three of them walked towards the market. Beside Lin Yi, there were 2 extremely beautiful women on his left and right, causing everyone to be envious and jealous. If looks could kill, Lin Yi would have died 1,000,000 times over. Jubao Pavilion, it was one of the biggest businesses in Tianhai City. It was a business for martial artists. As long as you had something useful for martial artists, it had everything. The premise was that you had to be able to take out gold coins or spirit stones. Moreover, Jubao Pavilion was the most trustworthy business. Jubao Pavilion occupied the best location in Tianhai City. It was incomparably rich. Jubao Pavilion adhered to fair, just, and open transactions. They guaranteed their credibility and treated all customers equally. After entering Jubao Pavilion, Lin Yi and Luo Bingyue finally saw what a super business was. Although the two of them didn't look like country bumpkins, they were still shocked by everything here. Murong Lingling didn't laugh when she saw Lin Yi and Luo Bingyue's expressions. Instead, she led the two of them to the second floor of Jubao Pavilion. Lin Yi found that Murong Lingling was more familiar with this place. It was as if she was at home. Mississippi, an old man with white hair and a beard, came to the second floor. When he saw Murong Lingling, he greeted her. He was incomparably polite to Murong Lingling. "Grandpa Zhao, this is my junior brother and junior sister." Murong Lingling greeted him affectionately and then introduced Lin Yi and Luo Bingyue. This scene surprised Lin Yi and Luo Bingyue. Now the two of them understood that Jubao Pavilion was related to Murong Lingling. "Young friend, you are a young prodigy. This old man has lived for more than 100 years and has seen many prodigies. You can enter the top 100. The old man sized up Lin Yi with a kind smile on his face. He said, to be able to catch his eye, he was definitely a top prodigy. He didn't expect to meet a prodigy like Lin Yi in Tianhai realm. Lin Yi and Luo Bingyue were shocked. Top 100? In other words, Lin Yi could only be ranked, but he wasn't the most monstrous. He naturally didn't know that the old man had lived for more than 100 years and wasn't in Tianhai realm in the past. Instead, he was in a world other than Tianhai realm. Those places were the true heavens for the strong. Prodigies and monstrous prodigies were as common as clouds. To be able to enter the top 100 by the old man, he was definitely not simple. "Thank you for your praise, senior." Lin Yi bowed slightly to the old man. He was shocked that even he couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. He didn't know the old man's cultivation realm and strength at all. One had to know that his divine will was powerful and could see things that his eyes couldn't see. He didn't expect that the old man's cultivation was so high that even his divine will couldn't see through it. This meant that there was a problem. Either the old man's cultivation was very high, or the old man had a treasure that could hide his cultivation, or the old man had sealed his cultivation so that it would only be discovered during battle. "Young friend, what do you need? Jubao Pavilion has everything you need." The old man nodded in satisfaction. The young man in front of him had a good cultivation and was polite. A businessman was a businessman. Everything was based on business. Chapter 81. I have some items that I can't use. I want to exchange these items for spirit stones or some precious treasures. Lin Yi stated his purpose. The Jubao Pavilion was one of the largest trading companies in the Sky Sea City. He believed that the Jubao Pavilion would be able to buy the items he had. Of course, he still wanted to rely on the Jubao Pavilion to find the 5-color divine stones needed for the Chaos Divine Tree. Of course, the premise was that he couldn't be taken advantage of. "Sure, young friend, let me take a look." The old man was called Zhao Shiqing. He was the manager of the Jubao Pavilion in the Sky Sea realm. Everything was decided by him. No one knew his cultivation level and strength. Lin Yi, Luo Bingyue, and Murong Lingling sat in front of the tea table. The maidservants served tea and snacks. Murong Lingling looked at Lin Yi curiously, wondering what Lin Yi was going to sell. Although this junior brother was young, he gave off a mysterious vibe. His entire being was like a mystery. "Senior, please take a look." Lin Yi used his divine will. A few storage bags appeared in the 9-fold space. He stretched out his hand and handed the storage bags to Zhao Shiqing. Before leaving the mystic realm, he had already organized the items he was going to sell. He put them in a few storage bags so that he didn't have to organize them at the last minute. As Zhao Shiqing took the storage bags and opened them out of politeness. In his opinion, although Lin Yi was a genius, some of the items he couldn't use weren't that precious. If it wasn't for Murong Lingling, he wouldn't have looked at them personally. But when he saw the items in the storage bags, his expression changed. The storage bags were full of precious items. Heaven-tier beast cores and materials. King-tier beast cores and materials. There were even Emperor-tier beast cores and materials. In addition to beast cores and materials, there were also heaven-tier martial skills, heaven-tier cultivation techniques, spirit and sage artifacts, as well as some precious treasures. These were all resources that super experts needed the most. He had seen countless treasures of heaven and earth, as well as countless precious cultivation methods and martial skills. But this was the first time he saw so many at the same time. Senior, what is it? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Shiqing and asked, I'm fine. These are all precious resources. Allow this old man to check. Zhao Shiqing did not hide his shock. Then, Zhao Shiqing called for 2 more elders. The 2 elders that came later were called Zhu Sun and Ling Fong. Both of them were Yin-Yang realm super experts. Based on the feeling they gave Lin Yi, they were definitely stronger than Qin Xiaotian by several levels. They were not people Lin Yi could contend against. The 3 old men checked the items inside the inventory bag, while Lin Yi, Luo Bingyue, and Murong Lingling. They sat by the side, sipping tea and snacks as they talked about the Heavenly Sea sect. Time passed by, second by second. After 2 hours, Zhao Shiqing and the other 2 finally finished checking the items and calculated the total price. Little friend, I've finished checking your items. A total of 330 million spirit stones. What do you think? Zhao Shiqing asked. He stated the total value of these items. 330 million. Okay, that's the price. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before agreeing. He had estimated the value of these items to be about 200 million. He did not expect the real value to be 330 million spirit stones. 330 million spirit stones. This was a huge amount of wealth. He only had 1 million spirit stones on him. In other words, he had never really used spirit stones before. Usually, he used gold coins. He understood that spirit stones were the currency and cultivation resources circulating among experts. Spirit stones. Not only was it a cultivation resource, it was also the currency circulating among experts, hard currency. Little friend, this is the VIP card of the Jubao Pavilion. With this VIP card, you can enjoy a 20% discount from the Jubao Pavilion. It can be used in the 8 major trading companies. Seeing that the transaction was successful, Zhao Shiqing took out a chip from his arms. The chip was about the same size as Lin Yi's identity chip. Thank you. Lin Yi handed his identity chip to Zhao Shiqing. Then, Zhao Shiqing integrated the information of the VIP card into Lin Yi's identity chip. At the same time, 330 million spirit stones were also stored in Lin Yi's identity chip. Murong Lingling's eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. This junior brother was really mysterious. If he were to be treated as an ordinary young man, then he wouldn't even know how he died. But this seemingly ordinary junior brother had a heaven-defying talent. All right, little friend, you said that you wanted to exchange for some treasures. What kind of resources do you need? Zhao Shiqing was a businessman. Lin Yi had a few 100 million spirit stones in his hands. Naturally, he wanted Lin Yi to spend them in the Jubao Pavilion. At this moment, he no longer dared to look down on Lin Yi. To be able to sell so many precious resources, what he needed must be extraordinary. Senior, what do I need? It's too rare and hard to find. 5-colored God Stone, myriad spirit water, and sky heart divine fruit. Lin Yi's heart sank when he thought of Biluo's words. These things were too precious. In his opinion, the 5-color Godstone was something that only existed in the legends. These were just materials to revive the chaotic divine tree. Was the chaotic divine tree really that magical? If it was really that miraculous, then even if he had to give up everything he had, he would still plant it. 5-colored Godstone. Sky heart divine fruit. Myriad spirit water. As expected, Zhao Shiqing heard that the 3 treasures Lin Yi needed were indeed rare. It was not accurate to say that they were rare. In other words, these 3 treasures had long gone extinct. They only existed in myths and legends. They were not things that martial artists could come into contact with. Lin Yi knew that Zhao Shiqing could not possibly find these 3 treasures. He gave a nonchalant mem as a response. I really don't know about the sky-hard divine fruit, but the five-colored god stone and myriad spirit water. I've heard of them, and they have appeared before. Zhao Shiqing's expression was interesting. The things a young man needed were so magical. They were indeed not simple. Senior, do you have news about the myriad spirit water and five-color god stone? Lin Yi did not care at first, but after hearing Zhao Shiqing's words, he could not help but be shocked. He looked at Zhao Shiqing. As long as there was a trace, he would search for it. That's right. The five-color godstone is at the top of the five-colored tower. The myriad spirit water is in Wu Wang Dragon Palace. Zhao Shiqing cleared his throat and said the whereabouts of the five-colored godstone and myriad spirit water. In other words, this was a piece of news, a legend. He was not sure whether it existed or not. Grandpa Zhao, is the five-colored tower you mentioned the Sky Demon Tower? Wu Wang Dragon Palace should be in the Sea of Wu Wang. Chapter 82. It's the sky-reaching demon tower. The Wu Wang Dragon Palace is in the Sea of Innocence. Zhao Shiqing nodded. Five-colored tower was what humans called it. However, its real name was the sky-reaching demon tower. The place where the sky-reaching demon tower was located was called a forbidden area by human experts because it was the holy land of demons. The Wu Wang Dragon Palace was the holy land of the Dragon Clan. It was also the Sea of Innocence. These places were not places where humans could set foot in. These two places, they're not in the Sky Sea realm, right? Lin Ye's gaze shifted from Zhao Shiqing to Murong Lingling as he spoke. Although he hadn't been in contact with this world for a long time, he still had some understanding of the Sky Sea realm. The sky-reaching demon tower and the Wu Wang Dragon Palace were definitely not in the Sky Sea realm. In other words, these two places were not in the Sky Sea realm. Yes, the sky-reaching demon tower is in the Western Wilderness region. The Wu Wang Dragon Palace is in the Southern Horizon region. These two places are places where we can't set foot in. Murong Lingling answered. Her words reminded Lin Yi to give up on this idea. These two places were places where humans could not set foot in, at least not for the current Lin Yi. He couldn't even go there, let alone get the five-color divine stone and the all-spirit water. In that case, we'll talk about it later. Lin Yi could tell from Zhao Shiqing and Murong Lingling's expressions and words that the sky-reaching demon tower and the Wu Wang Dragon Palace were forbidden areas for humans. Warriors didn't dare to set foot in them easily, let alone the all-spirit water and the five-color divine stone. Come to think of it, his current cultivation level was too low. In the Sky Sea realm, he was just a heaven's pride, not even an expert. He could only wait until he had enough strength to search for the five-color divine stone and the all-spirit water. If these two treasures were like this, then what about the heavenly heart divine fruit? As long as there's news, it's a good thing. The old man in front of me has reached the void refinement realm. A place that even he doesn't dare to touch is naturally not simple. So, you have to quickly improve your cultivation and strive to find the three treasures. If the Chaos Divine Tree is alive, you'll be truly heaven-defying and will gain endless benefits. Biluo's voice sounded in his mind. There was also a hint of excitement and anticipation in his voice. Void Refinement Realm. No wonder I couldn't see through his cultivation. Although Lin Yi knew that Zhao Shiqing's cultivation was very high, he did not expect that he had reached the Voiding Realm, which was even more powerful than the Yin-Yang Realm. Such a person could crush him to death with a single finger. Not only the Void Refinement stage. He's even reached the peak of the 9th level of the Void Refinement stage. With your current cultivation and strength, he can crush you in a single breath. Of course, don't be discouraged. As long as you work hard, surpassing him will be easy. Biluo's voice continuously attacked Lin Yi. It was one thing for him to be at the Void Refinement stage. Unexpectedly, he was still at the peak of the Voiding Realm. One could imagine that this old man was probably one of the strongest figures in the entire Sky Sea realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Jubao Pavilion to gain a foothold in Heavenly Sea City. Didn't you say before that you would lend me your power? Lend me your strength. Can I defeat him? Lin Yi snickered in his heart. He wanted to anger Biluo. No, your physique is too weak. I don't have enough strength. Moreover, some things have a chance, and there are rules when there are chances. If I lend you my strength now, I can instantly kill an opponent who is 10 levels higher than you. The stronger you are, the stronger I am, and the stronger the power I lend you will be. Biluo was not angry because of Lin Ye's words. Instead, she told Lin Yi that he was still too weak. Lin Yi was still too weak. If Lin Yi was weak, Biluo was weak, and the power she borrowed was also weak. In one word, he was still weak. All right, you win. Even if I don't lend you my strength, I can still instantly kill a person at the first or second level of the yin-yang realm. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he ignored Biluo. He stood up and bid farewell to Zhao Shiqing. Luo Bingyue, Murong Lingling, and Lin Yi left the Jubao pavilion together. After returning to the Tianhai sect, Lin Yi became the target of envy for countless geniuses because Murong Lingling and Luo Bingyue were with him. How dare an outer sect youth touch their goddesses? Intolerable. Intolerable. However, Lin Yi completely ignored them. He returned to his own pavilion and began to cultivate. Luo Bingyue and Murong Lingling also returned to the inner sect. The Starry Sky Divine Art is also known as the Starry Sky Law. Even in the entire universe, it is one of the most powerful divine arts. The Luo Water Scripture is such a low-level art. Don't cultivate it. Lin Yi sat cross-legged in his pavilion. A simple restriction array isolated him from the world. Biluo's voice sounded in his mind. Can the Luo Water Scripture be integrated into the Starry Sky Divine Art? Don't tell me you want me to cultivate it again. Lin Yi said, it was not easy to cultivate another art. If things went wrong, he might have to cultivate it again. You should cultivate the Starry Sky Divine Art first. What a powerful art! Return to origin. All arts come from the same source. I believe you will soon succeed in cultivating the Starry Sky Divine Art. Don't worry, you won't have to cultivate it again. Biluo said. In fact, it would only take 1 or 2 months for Lin Yi to cultivate it again. However, Lin Yi did not have the time or resources to cultivate it again. Fortunately, the Starry Sky Divine Art did not require him to cultivate it again. This was because all heaven-defying arts came from the same source, return to origin. All right then. Lin Yi nodded and began to cultivate the Starry Sky Divine Art. As for the Luo Water Scripture, there was only the first volume, which could only be cultivated to the void refining realm. He was worried about the art, but he did not expect to obtain such a heaven-defying art like the Starry Sky Divine Art. A saint-level, peerless saint-level art would shock the world. 1 day, 2 days. A month passed. Finally, Lin Yi succeeded in cultivating the Starry Sky Divine Art. The moment he successfully cultivated the Starry Sky Divine Art, his cultivation realm also had a breakthrough. 6th level of all creation. 7th level of all creation. 8th level of all creation. 9th level of all creation. 9th level of all creation. Finally, he stopped. He thought he had wasted a month, but he did not expect to get such a heaven-defying harvest. Not only did he break through 4 levels, but his strength was also countless times stronger because of the Starry Sky Divine Art. If his strength was twice as strong as his peers at the beginning, then now it was 10 to 20 times stronger. This was the shock brought by the power of the art. Of course, 1 month in the outside world was 8 months in the ninefold space. Comprehending a new art in 8 months was already a heaven-defying feat. One had to know that for a heaven-level or saint-level art, it would take an expert several years or decades to comprehend it. Some might not even succeed in their lifetime. 8 months was indeed very short. During this time, Murong Lingling and Luo Bingyue came several times. When the 2 women arrived, Lin Yi left the ninefold space. After Murong Lingling and Luo Bingyue left, he entered the ninefold space again to cultivate. Lin Yi and Luo Bingyue were still friends, but they were much closer. As for Murong Lingling and Lin Yi, their relationship had already surpassed that of friends, and they were more like a couple. Of course, this was also because of Murong Lingling. Lin Yi's heart was completely focused on cultivation. Little brother Lin Yi. On this day, Lin Yi had just finished cultivating when he heard Murong Lingling's voice. During this time, he had changed from junior brother to little brother Lin Yi. Chapter 83. Lingling. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. Murong Lingling came at the right time. If she had come earlier, he would have been at a crucial point in his cultivation. He calmed himself down and left the ninefold space. When he opened the door, he saw Murong Lingling in a light blue dress. "I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation." Murong Lingling stepped forward and held Lin Ye's hand. In her eyes, Lin Ye only knew how to cultivate. He was a cultivation maniac. Of course, she admired him in her heart. Not only was Lin Yi a monstrous talent, he was also very hard-working in his cultivation. "I just finished my cultivation. Lingling, why are you looking for me?" Lin Yi looked at Murong Lingling and asked. Murong Lingling rarely came to his place. Firstly, she had to cultivate, and secondly, she didn't want to disturb Lin Ye's cultivation. However, every time she came to Lin Yi, it was either because she had something to do or because she wanted to go out to play. It was said to be a good way to relax one's mind, so that one could cultivate better after relaxing one's mind. Let me tell you something. The demon god cult's young master has come to Tianhai City. The demon sect's young master is here too. The Tianhai sect's recruitment has begun. Murong Lingling's beautiful face was full of smiles. She had already guessed that the demon sect's young master and demon god cult's young master were here for Lin Yi. Because among the items that Lin Yi had sold, there were items from the demon sect and demon sect. Of course, this was just her guess. One had to know that the demon sect and demon god cult were paying attention to the Tianhai sect's recruitment. If there were any talented disciples, the demon sect and demon god cult would secretly eliminate them. They didn't want the Tianhai sect's talented disciples to grow into super experts and become a threat. The Tianhai sect's experts were the same. They would secretly eliminate the demon sect and demon sect's talented disciples. "Oh, it's already started. Let's go take a look." Lin Yi heard the news. He didn't care about the demon sect's young master and demon sect's young master at all. He cared about the Tianhai sect's recruitment, because this time there was a possibility that a genius from Cloudwater City would appear. He was most concerned about Luo Xing and Luo Ling That's why I'm here. Let's see if there are any super geniuses this year. Murong Lingling didn't think that Lin Yi would also pay attention to this batch of disciples. Although he didn't know the reason, he wanted to go with Lin Yi. What she wanted more was to be with Lin Yi. The Heavenly Sea sect's decennial disciple recruitment was extraordinarily lively. All the geniuses of the entire Sky Sea realm wanted to become a member of the Heavenly Sea sect. The Tianhai sect has a rule. As long as they were not from the devil god religion or the demonic sect, everyone else would have the opportunity to join the Heavenly Sea sect. This was not the case only for this batch. It was the same in the past. Other than humans, there were other races in the Heavenly Sea sect. It was common for some weak races to be affiliated with humans everywhere. Elves, dragons, half-humans, giants, dwarves, in short, as long as they were not from the devil god religion or the demonic sect, they had the right to enjoy the same treatment as humans. This time, the quota for the external disciple recruitment was still 3,000. However, the number of people competing was higher than in the previous batches. In previous batches, the largest number was around 100,000. This time, there were more than 300,000. More than 300,000 geniuses, all of them at the manifestation realm, all of them at the 9th grade spiritual heritage, or had special constitutions and outstanding skills. Sister Silent Soul, do you think we can enter the Heavenly Sea sect? More than 300,000 geniuses participated in the Heavenly Sea sect's disciple recruitment. These geniuses came from humans and other races. The giants were tall and mighty. The dwarves were strong and smart. The elves were beautiful and beautiful. The half-humans had human heads and beast bodies. The dragons were all extraordinarily talented. However, it wasn't that easy to become a member of the Heavenly Sea sect. Only 3,000 out of 300,000 geniuses could enter the Heavenly Sea sect. Moreover, these people were all geniuses, the top geniuses of the Sky Sea realm. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to stand out. In the sea of people, a young and beautiful pair of geniuses from the elf clan whispered to each other. There was a look of anticipation on their faces. The one who spoke was a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Beside her was a beautiful woman in her 20s. It's very difficult. It's mainly because our talents are cursed by the ancient curse. Only after reaching the void refinement realm can we display our talents. Moreover, we're not good at fighting. These 2 points put us at a disadvantage. The chances of us entering the Heavenly Sea sect are slim. The woman called Sister Silent Soul shook her head. A total of 7 geniuses from the elf clan came for this trip. However, none of them had much confidence in entering the Heavenly Sea sect. Sister Silent Soul, look, that senior sister from the Heavenly Sea sect is as beautiful as you. Ling, she tugged at Silent Soul's hand and looked into the distance. There was a look of surprise on her little face. In her opinion, there were very few humans who were as beautiful as her sister Silent Soul. She didn't expect to see a woman who was comparable to Sister Silent Soul as soon as she arrived at the Heavenly Sea sect. Shouldn't beauty be exclusive to the elf clan? Actually, she was very, very beautiful. It was just that she was young and not as stunning as Silent Soul. In other words, Ling, she was more beautiful than Silent Soul. She was dressed in a light green dress and had a sweet smile on her beautiful little face. Her beautiful eyes were extremely lively. Her existence explained the beauty of the elf clan. Lively, cute, lively, and beautiful. This was the description for her. That's an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Sea sect. The inner sect disciples are all insanely talented. But who was the young man beside her? Silent Soul followed Ling Shi's gaze and suddenly couldn't help but light up. Her beautiful face revealed a look of envy. In her line of sight was a woman in a light blue dress. The woman was extremely beautiful and wore the badge of the Heavenly Sea sect on her left chest. From the badge, it could be seen that she was an inner sect disciple. She believed that she wasn't inferior to the woman. But the woman was already an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Sea sect. While she was envious, she was even more confused. She saw that the beautiful girl was holding hands with a young man. The young man was ordinary. He didn't look good, and he was just an outer sect disciple. She didn't understand. Such a beautiful girl with status, talent, and looks, why would she be with an ordinary outer sect young man? Sister Silent Soul, I can't see through that young man's talent. Ling Shi's lively eyes flashed with a mysterious light. The mysterious light flashed and disappeared. But, just like that, everything in the world changed color and thunder appeared in the void. The sky was furious. Ling Shi's eyes returned to their original state. Chapter 84. Oh, seems like he's not that simple. Hearing Ling Shi's words, Silent Soul couldn't help but be surprised. She knew that with Ling Shi's talent, no one could escape from her Eye of Destiny. She didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man could escape from the Eye of Destiny. While the two were talking about the girl and the young man and the girl seemed to have sensed something and looked at the two girls. Elf tribe. There was a sweet smile on Murong Lingling's beautiful face. She looked at the elf tribe prodigy and said, "That girl has a special talent." Linny glanced at the elf tribe girl from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked. Just now, he felt like someone was going to see through him. This gaze was definitely not the gaze of an ordinary expert, but a mysterious technique. Fortunately, his divine will was strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to detect it. For a moment, he was interested in the girl. "Little guy, I have destiny." At this time, Bilyuo, who was sleeping in his mind, spoke. There was a hint of excitement in her voice, as if she had seen a treasure. "Was the Eye of Destiny?" Linny communicated with Bilyuo through divine will and asked curiously. He did feel that the girl was a little magical, but he didn't expect Bilyuo to discover it. But what was the Eye of Destiny? He didn't know. He really didn't know. The Eye of Destiny can see through destiny, see through time and space, and see the future. The Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Luck are known as the most magical and ethereal existences. You have a choice, either destroy her or have her. Bilyuo said seriously. She had never seen the Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Luck. They only existed in legends or had never appeared before. If the Eye of Destiny was an enemy of Lin Yi would be doomed eternally. If it was one of their own, it would be of great help to Lin Yi. Therefore, she let Lin Yi choose. Erase the girl, or keep the girl. Is it really that magical? Do I have to choose one? Lin Yi was stunned. He was not a bloodthirsty person, nor was he a sentimental person. This girl was indeed beautiful, comparable to Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingyue. However, he could not let this girl stay. I'd rather believe it. I can't believe it. Do you know where you came from? Biluo's tone was more serious than before. Although she didn't believe that the Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Fortune were really that terrifying, she didn't dare to gamble. Moreover, Lin Yi's fate was in his hands right now. If he missed this opportunity, he might be doomed eternally. I don't know. Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. He really didn't know about his background. Who were his parents? Where did he come from? Everything was shrouded in mystery. Biluo had discovered his problem, which meant that some vague things might really exist. The girl called Silent Soul. He's not an elf. He's a nine-tailed celestial fox. Without waiting for Lin Yi to consider, Biluo's voice sounded again. This time, Lin Yi was even more shocked and curious. He didn't expect that girl to be a nine-tailed celestial fox. The nine-tailed celestial fox belonged to the demon clan. However, the fox clan never admitted that they were demons. The nine-tailed celestial fox was the royal family of the fox clan. Every 10,000 years, a nine-tailed celestial fox would appear in the royal family of the fox clan. The nine-tailed celestial fox was the true ruler of the fox clan. The women of the fox clan were extremely beautiful and charming. Every woman of the fox clan was a beauty that could bring disaster to a country. A nine-tailed celestial fox in human form. At least the void refinement realm. Isn't she afraid of being discovered by the Tianhai sect? Lin Yi looked at the girl called Silent Soul and communicated with Biluo in his mind. The more heaven-defying a foreign race being was, the greater the price to pay, and the more difficult it was to transform into a human form. This little nine-tailed celestial fox could transform into a human form, so her cultivation was at least at the void refinement realm. It was impossible for her to be at the void refinement realm. It was obvious that he had concealed or sealed his cultivation base. However, even so, she couldn't escape the eyes of the Heavenly Sea sect. Her talent and cultivation are sealed. However, the Heavenly Sea sect will turn a blind eye to it. If such a person grows up and is still a disciple of the Heavenly Sea sect, it will be beneficial to the Heavenly Sea sect. Of course, the Heavenly Sea sect won't refuse such a thing. Besides, the Fox clan is considered a demon, but not a demon. It has nothing to do with the demon god cult. The Heavenly Sea sect won't pay attention to her. Biluo's voice sounded. During this period of time in the Heavenly Sea sect, she had been in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. However, she had a certain understanding of this world. I see. I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Yi came to a sudden realization. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he was in the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sea sect, he would also turn a blind eye. Besides, even if the nine-tailed fox's cultivation and talent were unsealed, she couldn't cause any big waves here. Seeing the elf girl and Silent Soul walking over, Lin Yi stopped talking to Biluo. Greetings, senior sister. Greetings, senior brother. Silent Soul and Lingxi passed through the crowd and came to Lin Yi and Murong Lingling. The two of them were a little restrained as they bowed to Murong Lingling and Lin Yi. According to the rules, those who didn't enter the Heavenly Sea sect couldn't address the disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect as fellow disciples. However, from the way Silent Soul addressed Lin Yi and Murong Lingling, it meant that Silent Soul was confident of entering the Heavenly Sea sect and becoming a member of the Heavenly Sea sect. If Lin Yi didn't know that Silent Soul was a nine-tailed fox, he would really admire the confidence of this girl in front of him. Little brother, pretty sister. The girl's beautiful face was a little immature, but her smile was innocent, lively, and cute, and her eyes were lively. An elf was an elf. When she spoke, her voice was pleasant to the ears, like a lark singing. Little brother, pretty sister. Murong, Lingling, and Lin Yi were stunned when they heard the way the girl addressed them. Then, a smile appeared on their faces. This pretty and cute little girl really made people feel comfortable. She was 13 or 14 years old and indescribably beautiful. Other than a little immature, she was almost perfect. You're here to participate in the Heavenly Sea Sex Assessment, right? How is it? How confident are you? Lin Yi couldn't help but walk up and gently stroke the girl's head. This girl was too pretty and cute. In fact, he wasn't much older than this girl. Yes, my name is Silent Soul. Silent Soul, and Lingxi nodded and answered. Little brother, my name is Lingxi. Lingxi didn't reject Lin Ye's touch at all. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. One had to know that she was an elf and was naturally close to heaven and earth. She was favored by nature and could feel the consciousness of any living being. This little brother in front of her didn't have a trace of malice or evil. What surprised her even more was that this little brother gave her a sense of closeness. It was like he was her family. Lingxi, yes, good luck, Lin Yi said with a smile. As someone who cultivated the 3,000 heavenly Tao, his divine will was powerful, his senses were sharp, and his mind was monstrous. Naturally, he could feel the pure soul of this little girl. This elf girl named Lingxi gave him a sense of closeness. This was the first time he had felt this way. Boom! Just as the four of them were talking, a muffled explosion erupted in the Heavenly Sea Sex Square. The ground shook, and countless prodigies who came to participate in the assessment couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 85. Boom! Boom! Sounds of explosions rang out one after another. At the same time, the air twisted and gusts of wind blew people away. This scene made countless prodigies look in the direction of the sound. A 3-meter-tall youth was walking out of the celestial sea sex step by step. The muffled rumbles on the ground were his footsteps. His terrifying aura and domineering pressure made countless geniuses feel like they were suffocating. The youth's body emitted a dark golden light. This youth was a body cultivator. He had reached the greater mastery stage and had unparalleled combat power. So powerful. He's a senior brother from the inner sect. What a terrifying aura. He's from the giant tribe. He's ranked 37th in the inner sect, Tuda. He must have broken through. For a moment, the more than 300,000 geniuses participating in the assessment, as well as the experts from the Heavenly Sea City and the disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect, were all shocked to see how powerful the young man was. Many of them recognized the youth's identity. He was a super genius from the Heavenly Sea sect, Tuda from the giant tribe. 7th level Yin-Yang realm, body cultivator. He was ranked 37th among the inner sect disciples. This showed how powerful he was. Tuda's appearance caused countless prodigies to cheer in admiration. Boom! Boom! The youth, Tuda, walked toward Lin Yi. Everyone avoided him wherever he went. Tuda's name was cheered by countless prodigies. Countless women were even more infatuated. Even the elders and experts in charge of the Heavenly Sea Sex assessment nodded and greeted him. One had to know that an expert like him would only need time. He would most likely become a core member of the Heavenly Sea sect. Lingling, what's wrong? Lin Yi realized that Murong Lingling was nervous, and her little hand was tightly holding onto his hand. Moreover, the expression on his face was a little nervous. His name is Tuda, Murong Lingling said softly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yi, and she could not help but worry. He's one of Lingling's admirers, right? Not bad. He's very powerful. Lin Yi looked at Murong Lingling and couldn't help but smile. A beautiful girl like Murong Lingling had countless admirers. There must be countless top prodigies in the Heavenly Sea sect who were pursuing Murong Lingling. Tuda was one of them. That guy from the outer sect is done for. He deserves it. He's just an ordinary outer sect disciple. Senior Lingling is my goddess. She's not someone an outer sect disciple can touch. Everyone in the Heavenly Sea sect knows that Senior Tuda is pursuing Senior Lingling. I don't know what Senior Sister Lingling is thinking. Senior Brother Tuda is 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than that outer sect disciple, but he's willing to degrade himself and walk with that outer sect disciple. Do you think that the outer sect disciple will kneel down? That's for sure. Even the strongest person in the outer sect wouldn't dare to offend senior brother Tuda. Everyone in the Heavenly Sea sect knew of Tuta's reputation. He was practically the representative of geniuses and monsters. He was ranked 37th on the prodigy roll. Even some powerful elders were no match for him. In other words, other than the 10 great elders and grand elders, as well as the palace master, the most powerful people were the prodigies on the prodigy roll. They were all gloating when they saw Tuta's appearance. In his mind, he could already imagine Lin Ye's fate. Whoosh! Tuta stopped when he was 10 meters away from Lin Ye. An earth-shattering pressure came crashing down on Lin Ye. He was high and mighty. Lin Ye smiled and didn't move in the face of Tuta's aura. Trying to compete with Lin Ye in terms of aura was just asking to be humiliated. Lingling, you've fallen. Tuta glanced at Lin Ye, whether intentionally or not. In other words, Lin Ye's existence was a joke. With his status and position, he didn't want to be calculative with an ordinary outer sect disciple. He didn't want to embarrass himself. What he meant was that Murong Lingling purposely found a piece of trash to disgust him. Tuta, what did you say? Be clear of your status. You're a core disciple. I'm also a core disciple. You can't interfere with my business. Murong Lingling stood out with anger in her eyes. She knew that Tuta was trying to humiliate Lin Ye and Lin Ye. Of course, she wouldn't agree. As he spoke, he casually took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ye. Lingling, it's fine if you don't agree. You chose Zhong Lihin, Tian Jiani, and even the Audiobook, but you just randomly found a piece of trash. Aren't you humiliating me? Many people knew that Tuta liked Murong Lingling. However, Murong Lingling was one of the 10 goddesses of the Heavenly Sea sect. No matter who it was, she wouldn't give them the slightest chance. In the eyes of the Heavenly Sea sect's prodigies, there was no one in the Heavenly Sea sect that Murong Lingling liked. Tuta was furious. He would accept it even if she chose someone in the top 10 on the prodigy roll. Even if she chose the Audiobook, which was slightly weaker than him, he would accept it. But Murong Lingling liked an outer sect piece of trash. Lingling, let's go. Lin Ye looked at Tuta and said. He didn't want to waste his time here. His good mood was ruined by this big guy. Okay. Murong Lingling nodded obediently. Her obedient look melted the hearts of all the prodigies. This was Murong Lingling, one of the 10 goddesses of the Heavenly Sea sect. How could she be so gentle? Many people thought that if Murong Lingling treated them like this, it would be worth it even if they died. Did I allow you to leave? I'm in a bad mood today. Originally, you didn't have the right to make me do it. But today, I'll make an exception. Get out of the Heavenly Sea sect yourself, or I'll do it myself. Make your choice. Tuta almost went berserk when he saw that Lin Ye was ignoring him. How dare someone that he thought was trash ignore him? How could he leave so easily without his permission? That was obviously impossible. Tuta, don't go overboard. He's also a disciple of the Heavenly Sea sect. Murong Lingling's eyes were filled with anger. She didn't look angry at all, which made her even more attractive in the eyes of the prodigies. Lingling, I didn't get his permission. You really can't leave. Lin Ye looked at Murong Lingling with a smile on his face. His words stunned Murong Lingling, and she didn't know how to reply. Little brother, looks like you're in trouble. Murong Lingling didn't reply. Lingxi said with a sweet and innocent smile. Although she didn't know how strong Lin Ye was, she was sure that this little brother wasn't a match for the big guy. There was a huge difference in their status, age, and cultivation. Not really. Lin Ye smiled. Troublesome. It was indeed troublesome. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation just to watch the Heavenly Sea sect's assessment. Have you thought it through? Tuta's expression became uglier and uglier. Things had already come to this, and he still pretended to be relaxed. He was simply asking for death. In Tuta's heart, he even thought that Lin Ye was an idiot. Not only was he trash, but he was also stupid. Are you retarded? Or are you delusional? In the square, countless prodigies were watching Lin Ye and Tuta as if they were watching a show. Or rather, they were watching how Lin Ye would be played to death by Tuta. For a moment, they were all guessing what Lin Ye would do. But, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ye actually said something like that. He was really asking for death. Chapter 86. The square was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Yi to provoke Tuda. He wasn't provoking Tuda. He was courting death. Provoking Tuda was no different from committing suicide. Murong Lingling. You found yourself a piece of trash. Tuda was so angry that he laughed. He had been challenged countless times since he came to the Tianhai sect, but the challengers always regretted it. He had been challenged by innumerable people, and without exception, those who had challenged him had all collapsed. He had challenged countless people and won 9 out of 10 battles. The only time he lost was to Yang Ao, who was ranked 20th on the prodigy roll. It didn't matter who he challenged. It was still someone who challenged him. All of them were super geniuses. All of them were prodigy elites. And right in front of her, a piece of trash appeared in front of her. She was ignored by a piece of trash and then scolded by this piece of trash. It was unbelievable. Tuda, do you really want to be my enemy? Whatever happens to him has nothing to do with you. Lin Yi is someone I like. If you make things difficult for him, you're making an enemy out of me. Murong Lingling's eyes were filled with anger. She didn't accept Tuda's pursuit, but at least she didn't hate Tuda. After all, he had the freedom to pursue others. Moreover, Tuda was one of the 108 prodigy disciples of the Tianhai sect and ranked 37th on the prodigy roll. He would be the pillar of the Tianhai sect in the future. She didn't want to offend him, but everyone had their own bottom line. Her bottom line was that she didn't want to see the person she liked being humiliated. After saying the last sentence, Murong Lingling's beautiful face blushed. It was a disguised confession. She was embarrassed, but she felt relieved. Oh my God, this world is crazy. Senior Sister Lingling confessed to an ordinary outer sect disciple. Is Senior Sister Lingling crazy? Where's the justice? How can a goddess like a person with 3 nothingness? What do you mean by 3 nothingness? He has no looks, no talent, and no strength. My heart is broken. I'm a goddess, but I confess to someone else. How can a goddess confess to someone else? On the Tianhai Square, countless Tianhai sect disciples and elites of the Tianhai city were shocked after hearing Murong Lingling's words. It was as deafening as spring thunder. For a moment, the square was abuzz with discussion. The hundreds of thousands of geniuses participating in the assessment could not believe what they were seeing. Miracles were everywhere. The ancients did not deceive me. That's Lin Yi from Shengwu College. He's the chosen one of the Yunshui kingdom. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would actually become a disciple of the Heavenly Sea sect, even if it's just an outer sect? How did he enter the Heavenly Sea sect? They were all geniuses from the 4 universities of Yunshui kingdom. He also recognized Lin Yi from Tianhai Square. Immediately, countless people were pleasantly surprised, and countless people felt ashamed. Lin Yi had entered the Tianhai sect and brought glory to the Yunshui kingdom. Naturally, they were overjoyed. However, Lin Yi's arrogance in the Heavenly Sea sect made them feel ashamed. Okay. Very good. Tuda almost broke down when he saw Murong Lingling confessing to Lin Yi. For a moment, all his anger and disappointment were vented on Lin Yi. If it wasn't for this piece of trash, Murong Lingling would have been his. But now, Murong Lingling rejected him in front of hundreds of thousands of elites and confessed to a piece of trash like Lin Yi. It was so humiliating that he even wanted to die. Boom! He took a step forward, and his aura surged toward Lin Yi. He wanted to crush Lin Yi in front of everyone and let everyone know that he, Tuda, was not to be messed with. Of course, but you won't be so good today. Lin Yi felt the overbearing aura of a 7th-stage yin-yang realm and his battle-intent sword. He activated the Starry Sky Divine Art and took a step forward. In an instant, an incomparably domineering aura fiercely met the attack. Boom! Their auras collided, and there was a muffled sound. The destructive force raged, and the wind blew. There was no one left within 1,000 meters. Only Lin Yi and Tuda were left. Sigh. Everyone sighed. On the square, countless elites' expressions changed. They didn't expect this ordinary outer sect disciple to be able to resist Tuda's aura with his aura. Moreover, Lin Yi's aura wasn't any weaker than Tuda's aura. Was he still an ordinary outer sect disciple? Was he still trash? Was he really an idiot? They couldn't help but look at Lin Yi in shock. They got to know Lin Yi again. It didn't matter if Lin Yi was Tuda's match or not. Just the fact that he could resist Tuda's aura with his aura was enough to prove that he wasn't trash. After all, he was only a 15-year-old youth. He was only at the manifestation realm. And Tuda was an inner sect disciple. He was the 108th true disciple. He was ranked 37th on the prodigy roll. Tuda didn't expect Lin Yi to be able to resist his aura. Others might not know, but he knew that even Yang Ao, who was ranked 20th on the prodigy roll, couldn't resist his aura easily. However, the youth in front of him managed to resist it. He even felt that the terrifying aura was suppressing him. He naturally didn't know how powerful the Starry Sky divine skill that Lin Yi cultivated was. He was at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. Even if he didn't cultivate the Starry Sky divine skill, he could still resist Tuda's aura. He snorted coldly. His aura soared into the sky. The strength of a body cultivator was displayed at that moment. His body was like an indestructible diamond. He swung his arm, and a huge fist smashed towards Lin Yi. This punch caused space to tremble incessantly. The experts who were watching from 1,000 meters away could also feel the terror of the punch. Among those of the same level, no one dared to take Tuda's punch, not even the top 10 prodigies. I'll play with you. Lin Yi looked at the destructive fist smashing towards him. His body flashed, and he advanced instead of retreating. Similarly, he smashed his fist towards Tuda. Heavenly Emperor Fist, Level 2. The fist intent was unparalleled, as if the Heavenly Emperor had descended. He, who was at the 9th level of the manifestation realm, felt that his body was filled with unparalleled power. His heart was filled with invincible battle intent. What? On the square, countless supreme talents saw that Lin Yi didn't dodge and even used his fist to take Tuda's punch. They couldn't take it anymore, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Comparing strength and fists with a body cultivator was simply seeking death. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion, and a destructive force swept across the square. The two fists collided with each other. What was disappointing was that no one was thrown away when the two fists collided. Lin Yi took 3 steps back. As for Tuda, his body swayed, and he took 5 steps back. 5 footprints appeared on the ground. What was going on? Tuda's destructive punch didn't kill or break Lin Yi. Instead, he was pushed back 5 steps by Lin Yi. That was 2 steps more than Lin Yi. Did that mean that Lin Yi was more terrifying than Tuda? How is this possible? Tuda's face turned pale, and he was shocked. He couldn't accept this reality. He was a body cultivator with unparalleled strength and defense. With one punch, an Yin-Yang realm expert of the same level would be severely injured even if they didn't die. However, was that really the case? However, why wasn't this young man at the manifestation realm seriously injured or dead? He even managed to push him back. Nothing is impossible. Because you're too weak, Lin Yi said calmly. From the beginning to the end, he looked calm. Chapter 87. I'm too weak. Haha. When Tuda heard Lin Yi say that he was too weak, his heart trembled. He was a supreme genius who was high above everyone else. Countless supreme talents looked up to him, and everyone had always said that he was devilishly powerful. However, no one had ever said that he was too weak. If someone in the top 10 on the genius list or someone in the void refinement realm said that, he could still tolerate it. However, the person who said that he was too weak was just a piece of trash. I didn't want to fight. Unfortunately, someone is asking for it. Sigh. Lin Yi sighed. He had cultivated the Starry Sky divine skill, and his cultivation had reached level 9 of all creations. His strength shocked even himself. If he fought with all his strength, he was confident that he could kill Tuda in 3 moves. Die. Tuda seemed to have gone crazy. He activated his powerful true origin, and the power of Yin and Yang distorted the space. He took a step forward and crossed 20 meters in an instant. He appeared in front of Lin Yi and punched him. Ignorant. Lin Yi's thin body seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Compared to Tuda, it was like comparing an adult to a baby. However, his aura made people feel his majesty. He was like a mountain that could not be moved. He punched the Heavenly Emperor Fist again. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, two figures flashed quickly on the Tianhai Square. The sound of fists colliding could be heard constantly. The wind was raging, and the terrifying power was rolling on the square. The battle between the two had created a vacuum of 1,000 meters in size on the square. The elders and experts of the Tianhai sect were maintaining the order. They did not want to be implicated and be implicated. Countless supreme talents who were participating in the assessment were excited to see such a battle. This was a battle between the senior brothers of the Tianhai sect. Tuda was from the giant clan. He was born with great strength and powerful combat strength. Moreover, his physique and defense were extremely strong. They were not something that experts of the same level could compare to. Fighting with him, especially when he had the advantage, would be even more passive. In the Tianhai sect, his physique and defense were the strongest. On the genius list, no one dared to say that they were number one. Even some of the more powerful elders were not as strong as his physique and defense. However, he met Lin Yi. Lin Yi, human. His body was thin, and he looked so weak that he could not even stand a gust of wind. He had the aura of a scholar, but under such a thin body, he had an unparalleled physique and defense, as well as an invincible attack. Starry Sky Divine Art, 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, absolute defense, and the Rainbow Feather Raiment. As long as the battle began, these 4 items would automatically activate and display a terrifying defense and power. Awesome! Lin Yi couldn't help but want to shout out loud in his heart. This kind of battle was a real battle. During the battle, his combat experience continued to increase, and he was also able to integrate various cultivation methods and martial skills. He knew when to defend, when to attack, when to change to attack, and so on. What terrifying power! This is a true collision of power. Is the manifestation realm so powerful? Senior brother Tuda is a body cultivator, and he's also a super powerhouse at the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm. His ability can be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Why can't he gain the upper hand in close combat? Since when did the outer sect become so powerful? Is he an ordinary outer sect disciple? Are ordinary disciples so powerful? This Lin Yi is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'd better not provoke him in the future. Indeed, he can even fight senior brother Tuda, who's ranked 37th on the genius list. If he reaches the Yin-Yang realm, he'll definitely be in the top 10 of the genius list. On the Tianhai sect square, countless experts were watching the battle. Discussions and cheers caused the square to be in an uproar. What shocked everyone the most was Lin Yi. The trash that no one thought highly of was so powerful in battle. If one did not fight, one would not be able to tell that he was a terrifying expert. The method of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger had already been perfected. This is not fun. After this battle, ordinary prodigies won't dare to provoke him. On the Tianhai sect's 9th mountain, a middle-aged expert was watching the battle on the Tianhai square. His eyes were glowing. He was even muttering to himself. If Lin Yi saw this middle-aged expert, he would recognize that this was the person who welcomed him into the Tianhai sect. Lin Yi had always wondered why he was only an outer sect disciple with his talent. Naturally, he did not know that this middle-aged expert was doing it on purpose. He purposely made Lin Yi into an ordinary disciple. A true monstrous genius would display his brilliance. This way, many inner-sect prodigies would step on him. With his talent and strength, many prodigies would be at a disadvantage. The peaceful Tianhai sect would definitely become lively. The outer sect actually hid such a demon. How unexpected. Check his information for me. Tianhai Palace. The 10 great elders and the sect leader were all present. They were naturally concerned about the Tianhai sect's recruitment this time. They were constantly watching the Tianhai square. They did not expect such a scene to happen during the assessment. Intersect prodigy role, ranked 37th, Tuda. He was actually fighting with a youth from the outer sect. To be able to fight with Tuda, he was definitely not a simple person. This is what I want. It's not something a mere human ant can get his hands on. At the edge of the Tianhai square, a young man was watching the battle between Tuda and Lin Yi. He could not help but frown. According to the description of the people below, the one who obtained the treasure in the mystic realm was this youth called Lin Yi. As the young master of the demon god sect, he naturally would not let go of the things he wanted. A mere human dares to steal this young master's treasure? At the same Tian High Square, a young man in black with a bamboo hat was watching the battle. He was emitting a cold aura and killing intent. He was the young master of the demon god sect. Rumble, rumble, the battle continued, and it was getting louder and louder. Heavenly Emperor Fist, level 3. At this moment, Lin Ye's voice was heard. However, he closed his eyes and activated the Starry Sky Divine Art. Overbearing true origin surged as he threw out a punch. It seemed like a light punch, but it was filled with endless destructive power. Compared to the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, the third level was countless times more powerful. In other words, the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist was on a completely different level from the third. If the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist was the Inborn Realm, then the third level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist was the Manifestation Realm, or even the Yin-Yang Realm. During the battle, he successfully comprehended and mastered the Heavenly Emperor Fist. The destructive fist radiance instantly bloomed in the air. Chapter 88. Crack. The destructive power collided with each other. Suddenly, the wind raged and the air twisted. The sound of a branch breaking could be heard in the air. When the sound was heard, a figure was sent flying like a kite with a short string. In the end, he landed hard on the ground 100 meters away. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. The figure drew an arc in the air and left a bloody scene. The battle finally stopped. The Tian High Square was completely silent. Silence. That's right, silence. Hundreds of thousands of people were watching the battle, but there was no sound at all. The silence was oppressive and suffocating. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. The person who was sent flying was not the small Lin Yi. It was the body cultivator elite, Tuda, who was ranked 37th on the prodigy roll. The giant Tuda was defeated just like that. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who was at the side, stood motionless in the square. His face was calm, as if the battle just now had nothing to do with him. What was even more shocking was that Lin Yi's clothes were neat and tidy. He was not injured at all. Tuda, who was opposite him, had many wounds on his body. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. A body cultivator elite was beaten to such a state. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Ye's abilities were. Sizzle. After a short silence, there was a wave of sighs. Everyone was shocked and took a deep breath. This was a battle. One was an ordinary outer sect disciple, level 9 all creation. The other was an inner sect true disciple, level 7 of Yin Yang, a body cultivator ranked 37th on the prodigy roll. With such strength and status, there shouldn't have been any interactions between them, let alone a battle. However, they had appeared today, and the two of them had fought a great battle. The ending was unexpected. A powerful Yin-Yang realm body cultivator elite like Tuda was defeated by an ordinary outer sect disciple who was at level 10 all creation. What was even more shocking was that Lin Yi was only competing with Tuda using his body, defense, and strength. He did not use any weapons or other martial arts techniques. What was the most domineering? It was to use the opponent's specialty to defeat the opponent's advantage. This time, Lin Yi used his body and defense to crush Tuda. Senior Tuda has lost. 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, invincible among his peers, lost to a manifestation realm cultivator. Is this a miracle? He actually lost to Lin Yi in terms of physique, defense, and strength. This Lin Yi is too monstrous. It's really unexpected. With his strength, he will definitely enter the top 30. In a few years, he might even enter the top 20 or even the top 10. Boiling, completely boiling. The impact of the battle just now and the impact of the outcome of the battle. This made them suspicious. He doubted his own eyes and wondered if the world had gone crazy. The powerful senior brother Tuda had lost to an ordinary outer sect disciple, Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Ye's frail body, they didn't dare to look directly at him, nor did they dare to underestimate him, because his seemingly weak body hid a destructive power and ability. Even Tuda was no match for him. If other people were to fight him, they might be killed with a single punch. Most people only saw Lin Ye's victory over Tuda. Only a few people knew that Lin Ye's true strength wasn't just that. At that moment, many experts were curious. What was Lin Ye's true strength like? I said, "You're too weak." Am I right? Lin Ye stepped forward step by step and arrived in front of Tuda. He raised his hand, and the domineering and destructive Heavenly Emperor fist was formed. He looked at Tuda coldly. He smirked and asked. His action made the hearts of hundreds of thousands of experts tremble. Was Lin Ye going to kill Tuda? Did he dare to kill Tuda? Sky Sea City didn't prohibit killing, but Tuda was a super genius of the Sky Sea sect. It would be a great loss to the Sky Sea sect if one of them died. The Sky Sea sect definitely wouldn't let Lin Ye kill him. However, they couldn't guess Lin Ye's intentions. Because Lin Ye was a complete exception. He was completely different. Who knew what unexpected things he would do? There was another reason. That was, Tuda had an elder brother. He was also an expert on the intersect prodigy role, but he wasn't a body cultivator. This elder brother of his was the one who truly struck fear in others. Tu Ming was ranked 13th on the prodigy roll. That was 2 years ago. He didn't fight in those 2 years. Everyone guessed that Tuda's elder brother might be ranked 10th, but he didn't show it. If Lin Ye killed Tuda, Tuda wouldn't let Lin Ye go. That's right. I'm too weak. Tuda's face was filled with anger. He was ranked 37th on the prodigy roll. He definitely had the chance to surpass the Yin-Yang realm and become a powerful void refinement realm expert. He had always been high above the masses and was always admired. However, he was defeated by an outer sect manifestation realm young man. He was humiliated in front of everyone. Now, this despicable young man was humiliating him. He wanted to kill this despicable young man, but he couldn't do it. That was the most despicable thing. He was struggling in his heart. If he said he was too weak in front of everyone, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Sky Sea sect anymore. However, if he didn't admit it, if that terrifying fist smashed down, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. He also thought of his elder brother and the possibility that this young man wouldn't dare to kill him. However, he didn't dare to take the risk, because this young man was too different, too monstrous. The things that monstrous and monstrous people did were often unexpected. She's my friend. Someone with evil thoughts towards her. Kill, heart. Lin Ye retracted his Heavenly Emperor fist and turned to look at Murong Lingling. He pointed at her and said loudly. Murong Lingling had confessed to him in another way, but he didn't dare to accept it, because he was too weak and couldn't protect his family. He didn't want to implicate anyone. He would only accept it when he was strong enough to protect his family. However, he also made a declaration to everyone. The last 2 words were like a curse that made people tremble in fear. I've been rejected. Little brother Lin Ye, you're a bad guy. Murong Lingling thought to herself when she heard Lin Ye's words. She felt slightly disappointed, but soon the disappointment turned into motivation. She also saw Lin Ye's steadiness, a steadiness that didn't match his age. If it was someone else, they would have confessed to her and accepted her immediately. However, Lin Ye didn't do that, because there was a type of person who didn't make promises easily, but once they said it, they would do it even if it meant death. Big brother Lin, you're too strong. Lingxi's sweet and crisp voice sounded. Only now did she recover from her shock. She was still in shock from the beginning. She didn't expect this little brother to be so powerful. It was completely beyond her imagination. She knew that this little brother was called Lin Ye and his name Lin Ye. Suddenly, she changed from calling him little brother to big brother Lin. You're not bad either. I hope you can pass the test. Lingling, let's go. Lin Ye returned to Murong Lingling with an apologetic expression. He glanced at Lingxi and Silent Soul and said. Then, he took Murong Lingling's hand and left Tianhai Square. He had already discovered many geniuses from the Yinshui kingdom, but he didn't see Luo Ling, and Luo Xing, He scanned with his divine telekinesis and didn't find them. If they were here, they would definitely come looking for him. However, they didn't appear, which meant that they weren't here. Want to leave? A cold voice sounded in the square. Chapter 89. Trying to leave? The cold voice was not loud, but countless experts heard it. Everyone who heard the voice felt their hearts tremble. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. At the same time, a giant race powerhouse walked towards Lin Yi step by step. He was 3 meters tall and extremely strong. He was comparable to Tuda. This was the giant tribe. All of them were tall and strong. The newcomer walked slowly. He was not as strong and domineering as Tuda. He was just like an ordinary person, but he made people tremble in fear. That was because he was much stronger than Tuda. That was because he was Tu Ming. He was ranked 13th on the genius roll. He might even be able to make it to the top 10. When Lin Yi defeated Tuda, everyone knew that Tu Ming would definitely cause trouble for Lin Yi. However, they did not expect him to come so quickly. Had Tu Ming been at the Tianhai Square all along? Brother Tuda. The appearance of Tu Ming made countless disciples of the Tianhai sect cheer. He was the true monstrous expert of the Tianhai sect. In the future, he would have a place in the Tianhai sect. In the future, he might even become the sect leader of the Tianhai sect. Although he was only 1 level higher than Tuda, he was many times stronger than Tuda. In the Tianhai sect, other than the 10 great elders, the palace master, and the grand elder, there were probably less than 10 people who could defeat him. Arrogance, such an attitude. Not only the giant tribe, but also the humans. That was the quality and character of a monstrous genius. Tu Ming was the same. Countless disciples of the Tianhai sect cheered his name, but he ignored them and walked towards Lin Yi. When he passed by Tuda, he did not even look at Tuda. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Yi looked at Tu Ming with a smile. He asked nonchalantly. Arrogant. He did not even address Tu Ming as senior brother. He did not even care about etiquette. Countless sky prides and experts thought to themselves. In the Tianhai sect, or even the entire world, the strong were respected. Senior brothers and senior sisters were the most powerful. Age was not the basis of status and qualifications. Strength was everything. Although he is useless, his surname is Tuesday. You are not bad, but you are too arrogant. Kneel down and apologize, and I'll spare your life. Tu Ming glanced indifferently at Lin Yi and said. He was extremely calm, as if nothing in this world mattered to him. Even if the young man in front of him defeated Tuda, he did not care at all, because to him, Lin Yi was like a slightly bigger grasshopper. His name was a divine dragon. Would the divine dragon care about the strength of grasshopper? Little brother Lin Yi. Morong Lingling was really panicking this time. Everyone in the Heavenly Sea sect knew how powerful Tu Ming was. She could ignore Tuda, but she could not do anything about Tuda. Of course, it was impossible for anyone to threaten her life, but she couldn't protect Lin Yi. However, it was obviously impossible for Lin Yi to kneel down and apologize. Not only would Lin Yi not agree, but she also wouldn't agree. If I had a choice, I would kneel down and apologize. Does Tu Ming really dare to kill Lin Yi? For a super genius like Tu Ming, even if he kills Lin Yi, the Heavenly Sea sect will turn a blind eye to it. Although Lin Yi is very powerful and can be compared to Tuda, he is on a completely different level compared to Tu Ming. The experts in the square knew how powerful Tu Ming was. Seeing that Tu Ming did not want to let Lin Yi go, they felt that Lin Yi was doomed this time. They were helpless against Tu Ming. They could not defeat him. They could only kneel down and apologize. Everyone looked at Lin Yi in unison. They wanted to know what Lin Yi would choose. In this world where the strong were respected, no one thought that Tu Ming's actions were excessive. As long as you were strong enough, everything you did was right and proper, and everything you did was reasonable. The bigger the fist, the more reason. The stronger the strength, the more reason. Silence. Silence. The hundreds of thousands of people in the square quietened down at this moment. Kind people get bullied. A kind horse is being ridden. I let him go this time because he is a disciple of the Heavenly Sea sect. So I was wrong. Because you are too despicable. If I don't beat you up, you will always think that you're so great. Since you said so, I will cripple you today and spare your life. In Lin Yi's eyes, Morong Lingling was anxious and helpless. She looked so pitiful and pitiful. At this moment, he understood something. In this world where the strong were respected, the law of the jungle was followed. Luo Bingwe was right. It was not good to keep a low profile. A kind person would be bullied by others, and a kind horse would be ridden by others. If you were weak, wouldn't everyone want to step on your head? As the saying went, if you were not arrogant, you would be wasting your youth. His eyes were emotionless as he looked at the tall Tu Ming. His cold voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of countless experts. Suddenly, the quiet square was filled with shocked voices. The experts in the square were in an uproar. They looked at Lin Yi as if he was a monster. Arrogant, domineering, this was the image of Lin Yi in the hearts of all the experts. Facing Tu Ming, Lin Yi was as arrogant as ever. His arrogance was boundless. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Yi would provoke Tu Ming instead of kneeling down and apologizing. His words were not targeted at anyone, because he was targeting all the geniuses. The last sentence was directed at Tu Ming. He wanted to cripple Tu Ming and spare his life. He was confident, full of confidence. You have a bit of strength, but your arrogance is 1,000 times stronger than your strength. Today, as a senior brother of the Heavenly Sea sect, I will teach you how to behave. Tu Ming was also surprised. In his opinion, asking Lin Yi to kneel down and spare his life was already an extra favor. If it was in the past, he would not spare anyone. If it were anyone else, they would definitely kneel down and apologize. However, Lin Yi in front of him not only did not appreciate his kindness, but also provoked him. He was so arrogant that he felt the anger in his heart rising rapidly. Well, you can make your move. I look forward to you teaching me how to behave. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. He gently squeezed Murong Lingling's little hand and gave her an encouraging and comforting look. He turned around and walked toward Tu Ming. From the beginning to the end, he was calm and did not feel the slightest pressure. Lin Yi's actions made countless people feel that it was unreal. Looking at his actions, was he really going to fight with Tu Ming? Was this a joke? Brother Lin, you can do it. Ling Si, who was on the other side, did not want to die. She shouted loudly, cheering for Lin Yi. Her voice caused the expressions of countless spectators to change. This little elf girl was too ignorant. Lin Yi was up against the name on the screen, yet she was still cheering for him. They really didn't know what she was thinking. Tu Ming, be careful. On the Tianhai Square, several elders who were in charge of the disciple recruitment said. They knew that they could not stop Tu Ming, so they could only let him go. However, they still reminded Tu Ming to be careful and not to kill Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was a decent talent. More importantly, if Tu Ming were to kill his own junior brother in front of the geniuses participating in the assessment, it would reflect badly on the Tianhai sect. Elder Song, I won't argue with a little guy. Tu Ming naturally knew that the elders of the Tianhai sect did not want to lose a genius. They did not want the Tianhai sect to be negatively affected. Although they could not kill Lin Yi, they could teach Lin Yi a lesson and make him regret being born. Elder Song, as long as he can take 2 of my moves, I will spare his life. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Chapter 90. Screech. Lin Yi's arrogant words shocked all the strong people in the square. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. There should be a limit to arrogance. There should be a limit to arrogance. There are thousands of ways to court death, and Lin Yi was the most simple and direct. 2 moves? Tu Ming could take 2 moves, and he would spare Tu Ming's life? Was there something wrong with their ears? Or had the world gone crazy? Several elders present also sighed. This young man was indeed a good genius, but unfortunately, he was too arrogant and didn't even know whether he was dead or alive. Ha ha, Tu Ming had nothing to say. The young man in front of him was a lunatic who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he argued with him, it would be a loss of face. In his heart, he even began to regret. He really shouldn't have argued with such a lunatic. In the eyes of hundreds of thousands of strong people in the square, Lin Yi was also a lunatic. Crash, however, Lin Yi's actions immediately caused the disdain on everyone's faces to become serious. Even a few elders and Tu Ming were looking at Lin Yi seriously. In the air, there was a crash, and it shattered. A long saber appeared in Lin Yi's hand. The long saber carried a destructive flame light, and the power of the sacred weapon distorted the space. Sacred weapon. Yes, It was a sacred weapon. Sky Flame's sacred saber. With an unparalleled saber intent. This was Lin Ye's saber intent. Only with saber intent could one be considered a true saber master. Only at this moment did all the strong people in the square know that Lin Yi was serious. For a time, countless people were asking in their hearts, was Lin Yi really going to defeat Tu Ming in 2 moves? Just with his sacred weapon? Although sacred weapons were rare and precious, a super genius like Tu Ming naturally had one. In other words, Lin Yi couldn't win in terms of sacred weapons. Humph! Tu Ming snorted coldly and didn't move at all. In this situation, he had no intention of using a weapon at all. He was from a giant clan. Although he wasn't a physical cultivator, his defense and attack were extremely terrifying. Even if Lin Yi had a sacred weapon, he didn't take Lin Yi seriously. Saying that it was only 2 moves was an insult to him. If he didn't use a sane artifact or even a weapon to block 2 of Lin Ye's moves, it would be like slapping Lin Yi in the face. Tenfold Destruction Blade. 7th level, Annihilation. A smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. With a wave of his hand, the Skyflame's sacred blade slashed down. All of a sudden, the 7th fold of the tenfold destruction blade burst out. In an instant, 128 destructive blade lights burst out in the void. The blade lights formed a blade light, and the power of the blade lights overlapped. Originally, he had only cultivated the tenfold destruction blade to the 5th level. During this period of time, after his closed-door cultivation, he had easily cultivated the tenfold destruction blade to the 7th level. In the 7th stage, there were 128 saber lights. Its power was thousands of times stronger than the 5th level. Crack, the space was shattered by the saber light. At this moment, all the experts in the square were dumbfounded. Naturally, they didn't expect Lin Yi to burst out such a terrifying attack. This attack was not something a sacred weapon could achieve, but Lin Yi himself. Even Tu Ming, who didn't take Lin Yi seriously, had a shocked look on his face at this moment. This blade really brought the threat of death to him. If he took it head-on, he would definitely vanish in a thin air. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He didn't care about showing off just now and displayed his powerful defense. When he used it, a sacred artifact level shield appeared in his hand, hoping to block Lin Ye's blade. In his heart, he couldn't bear it. Just now, he pretended that nothing had happened and ignored Lin Ye's attack. But in less than 5 seconds, he changed his show-off. This was actually very embarrassing. Rumble, crack. 128 rays of saber light ruthlessly slashed on the shield. The shield flickered with a magical defensive light. But in the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the shield. In less than a second, the shield broke with a crack. The sacred artifact level shield couldn't withstand Lin Ye's attack just now. The shield was broken, and Tu Ming was completely exposed under the saber light. Poochie, Tu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of yin and yang that he temporarily displayed was instantly shattered. His body trembled as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was quickly thrown backward. But at this moment, Lin Ye's figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When he reappeared, Lin Yi was already close to Tu Ming. At the moment when Tu Ming fell to the ground, Lin Ye's finger force had just stopped an inch away from Tu Ming's glabella. If Lin Yi moved an inch forward, Tu Ming would have fallen. Even if Lin Yi didn't control the attack well, Tu Ming would have died. The battle was over. It was incredibly fast. From Lin Ye's attack to the end of the battle, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. Tu Ming was ranked 13th on the prodigy roll. He was at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm, and he was defeated just like that. He was defeated almost instantly, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. The plaza was silent. Everyone was stunned at this moment. After a long time, they subconsciously rubbed their eyes and carefully looked at Tu Ming and Lin Yi in the center of the plaza. They saw that Lin Ye's finger was an inch away from Tu Ming's glabella as he listened. He had a calm smile on his face. After confirming that they weren't hallucinating, all the experts were stunned. 8th level of the yin-yang realm, ranked 13th on the prodigy roll. He was instantly defeated by an ordinary disciple at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. In the beginning, everyone had been gloating over Lin Ye's misfortune, but in the next second, Tu Ming had been defeated by Lin Yi. This kind of heaven-defying reversal, this kind of mythical reversal, made everyone tremble involuntarily. The Heavenly Sea Sect's elders were also extremely shocked. They knew how powerful Tu Ming was. Even they might not be Tu Ming's match. However, someone as powerful as Tu Ming was defeated so easily by Lin Yi. If Lin Yi wanted to kill Tu Ming, he only needed a thought. For a moment, everyone's mouths were wide open, and their fists could almost be stuffed in. Do you admit defeat? Lin Yi looked at Tu Ming with a smile and asked. Tu Ming was ranked 13th on the prodigy roll. For the sake of the Heavenly Sea Sect, he wouldn't kill Tu Ming, at least not now. However, Tu Ming had offended him, so he had to pay the price. I admit defeat. Tu Ming wished he could find a hole to hide in. This was a great humiliation. He couldn't figure out why Lin Yi's attack was so terrifying. It wasn't the power of a manifestation realm cultivator, and it even exceeded the power of the yin-yang realm. Moreover, Lin Yi's speed was extremely terrifying. He was almost like a shadow. Looking at the finger force in front of his forehead and feeling the terrifying power of the finger force, Tu Ming knew that if he didn't admit defeat, Lin Yi could destroy him with a finger. He knew best what the Heavenly Sea Sect was like. Lin Yi was stronger than him. Even if Lin Yi killed him, the Heavenly Sea Sect wouldn't punish another prodigy for a dead prodigy. I said that I'll spare your life if you take 2 moves. However, you couldn't even take 1 move from me. Remember, you owe me a life. I can take your life at any time. Lin Yi's voice was cold. His gaze swept across all the experts in the square. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Yi's eyes. Senior Brother Lin, Senior Brother Lin, Senior Brother Lin. At this moment, the entire square erupted into cheers. Lin Yi's name resounded throughout the Heavenly Sea Square. Chapter 91. Lin Yi defeated Tuda, a body cultivator, with his strength and physique. Then, he defeated Tu Ming, who was ranked 13th on the prodigy roll. Every time, he would surpass a few realms. There were many manifestation realm warriors who defeated yin-yang realm warriors in this world, but every one of them was a super genius. Normal elites couldn't even imagine. Realms were only measured by normal elites. But super geniuses had abilities that far exceeded their realms. It wasn't rare for them to surpass their realms and defeat high-level elites. However, super geniuses could only surpass 1 or 2 realms. Super geniuses could also surpass 3 or 4 realms. Now, Lin Yi was only at the 9th level of the manifestation realm, but he defeated a super genius at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm instantly. What kind of existence was this? It was unimaginable. It made people doubt this world. Everyone was shocked, but they still overlooked a crucial point. That was, Lin Yi was only 16 years old. A 16-year-old at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. A 16-year-old who defeated a super genius at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm instantly. This was true terror. If he was given time, he could even become an invincible yin-yang realm warrior. Tu Ming lost. He lost just like that. I didn't expect Senior Brother Lin Yi to be the real monstrous expert. If it wasn't for Tu Ming and Tu Ta, no one would know that there was such an invincible genius in the outer sect. It's scary just thinking about it. He's too low-key. This world is too crazy. I thought he was arrogant and crazy. I even thought he was a fool or a lunatic. In his eyes, everyone here is trash. The weak will never understand the strong. Tianhai Square. It was full of cheers and discussions. Lin Yi's name was engraved in the hearts of all the elites. They all told themselves to remember Lin Yi's appearance so that they wouldn't court death in the future. At the same time, countless elites told themselves to restrain themselves when necessary. If today's incident happened to them one day, they would be finished. Brother Lin, you're the best. Lingxi's bright eyes flashed with curiosity and admiration. She didn't expect Brother Lin to be so powerful. He was so powerful that it was beyond her imagination. Good luck. See you in Tianhai Pavilion. After entering Tianhai Sect, don't ask for a master. Come find me. The same goes for you. With a smile on his face, Lin Yi reached out and stroked Lingxi's hair as he spoke. Behind him, Lingxi transmitted her voice to him. The last sentence was for Silent Soul. Okay, Silent Soul, and Lingxi nodded. Although he didn't know Lin Ye's purpose, he still subconsciously agreed. Another reason was that Lin Yi was so powerful and heaven-defying that he was definitely one of the most terrifying people in the Heavenly Sea sect. Having such a person as a backer was something that could not be asked for. Lingling, let's go. Lin Yi glanced at some of the heavenly legends from the Yinshui kingdom. He turned to Murong Lingling and said, if he wanted to enter the Heavenly Sea sect, he had to rely on his own strength. Even he couldn't help them. Furthermore, the path of cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. Even if he could help them once, he wouldn't be able to help them forever. Little brother Lin Yi, let's go shopping. Murong Lingling naturally held Lin Ye's arm and said. Her voice was crisp and sweet, like the sound of nature. The faint sound drifted into Lin Ye's nose, making Lin Ye's heart skip a beat. Sure, Lin Ye nodded. He had just finished cultivating, so he could relax a little. On the path of cultivation, there had to be a balance between tension and relaxation. If he treated himself like a string, it would break if he stretched it too much. There was no benefit to it at all. The two left the Heavenly Sea sect, and Lin Yi accompanied Murong Lingling to go shopping. After a day, Lin Yi felt unreasonably tired. After returning to the Heavenly Sea sect, Lin Yi began to cultivate the 3,000 Heavenly Tao and the Starry Sky Divine Art. The news of the battle in the Heavenly Sea Square had already spread to the core of the Heavenly Sea sect. They didn't expect the outer sect to have such a heaven-defying monster. How heaven-defying was it for a 9th-level all-creation realm cultivator to instantly defeat an 8th-level yin-yang realm cultivator? It was still acceptable for a 9th-level all-creation realm cultivator to instantly defeat a 1st-level yin-yang realm cultivator. However, to instantly defeat an 8th-level yin-yang realm cultivator was indescribable. One had to know that many 9th-level yin-yang realm cultivators weren't a match for an 8th-level yin-yang realm cultivator. He's indeed a monster that only appears once every 10,000 years in the Heavenly Sea sect. Did you find out his information and background? The sect master, Murong Tianzhong, looked at the battle on the crystal screen. He took a deep breath. In terms of cultivation, he really wouldn't care about the yin-yang realm, let alone the all-creation realm. However, he was interested in Tu Ming and Lin Ye's talent. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be so monstrous. If it wasn't for this battle, he wouldn't have known that the outer sect had such a monster. Sect Master, we've found out his information and background. The Great Elder, Xue Shui, handed a jade slip to Murong Tianzhong. The jade slip contained the information about Lin Ye's identity and background that the Heavenly Sea sect had found out recently. He's from the 100,000 Mountains, Yinshui Kingdom nationality. He only cultivated for 2 years. He has no martial soul talent and no cultivation. He went from nothing to this level in 2 years. It's simply a legend. It's indescribable. Murong Tianzhong was looking at the information in the jade slip. The expression on his face kept changing. This was the first time in almost 100 years that he encountered something that moved him. This time, he was even shocked. In 2 years, he went from having no cultivation to a 9th-level all-creation realm cultivator to instantly defeating an 8th-level yin-yang realm cultivator. He, who was at the peak of the void refinement realm, could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed. Only this monstrous young man shocked him. What? He only cultivated for 2 years. How did he cultivate without a martial soul talent? He's too monstrous. Hearing Murong Tianzhong's words, the elders were extremely shocked. Generally speaking, a martial artist who could reach the innateness realm in 2 years was considered a top genius. Lin Ye's achievement in 2 years was simply a legend. Next, the 10 elders took turns to read the information in the jade slip. They were all shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. The assessment will end in 9 days. People from the demonic sect and the devil god sect may appear at that time. Let the little guys on the list of geniuses get ready. Murong Tianzhong said. Every time the Heavenly Sea sect recruited disciples, the super geniuses from the demonic sect and the Devil God sect would come to the Heavenly Sea City to challenge the geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect. At the same time, they would pay attention to every move of the Heavenly Sea sect. They would keep an eye on the genius disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect and look for opportunities to eliminate them. I've got news. The 9th young master of the demonic sect is already in the Heavenly Sea City. The 11th young master of the Devil God sect is also there. The great elder, Xue Shuyi, frowned. The Devil God sect and the demonic sect were not weaker than the Heavenly Sea sect. In fact, they were even stronger than the Heavenly Sea sect. Especially in the past few hundred years, many peerless geniuses had appeared in the demonic sect and the Devil God sect. Chapter 92. The Tianhai sect was recruiting disciples. It would last for a total of 9 days. After 9 days, the recruitment would end. After the recruitment of 3,000 disciples, it would be the day of the Tianhai sect's prodigy roll. There was no time limit for the prodigy roll, and one could challenge for a higher ranking at any time. However, the Tianhai sect's public announcement of allowing the best prodigies to compete for the prodigy roll was the most popular. That was because that was when one would truly become famous. Another reason was the demonic sect and the Fey God cult. The two super prodigies of the evil sects might appear in the Tianhai sect and challenge the prodigies of the Tianhai sect. In the Tianhai sect, the super prodigies were all eager to fight. However, the most popular person recently, Lin Yi, was cultivating seriously. After refining the soul suppression cauldron, your divine telekinesis will improve by leaps and bounds. In the room of the pavilion, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, and Biluo's voice sounded in his mind. My divine telekinesis is now at the peak of level 34. It's equivalent to the peak of level 9 of the Wanxiang realm. If it reaches level 35, it will be able to compete with those in the Yin-Yang realm. Hearing Biluo's words, Lin Yu was looking forward to it. Although he had been cultivating the 3,000 heavenly Tao and had a powerful divine telekinesis, he had never relied on it to fight. If he could use it to fight, his means and strength would improve greatly. However, his divine telekinesis was weak, and his attacks were not powerful, so he had never used it before. Level 35 divine telekinesis is equivalent to the Yin-Yang realm. Level 40 divine telekinesis is equivalent to the void refinement realm. Level 45 divine telekinesis is equivalent to the creation realm. Biluo's voice sounded neither fast nor slow. Divine telekinesis was not powerful in the early stages, but it was extremely powerful in the later stages. There were very few divine telekinesis masters in this world. Firstly, it was difficult to cultivate divine telekinesis. Secondly, divine telekinesis was weak in the early stages, and it was basically useless to humans. Of course, divine telekinesis was used as an aid most of the time. Okay, help me control it. Lin Yi nodded and activated his divine telekinesis. The ninefold space opened, and he disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a mysterious independent world. Lin Yi looked at a palm-sized cauldron. Immediately, the cauldron flew towards him. Soul-suppressing cauldron. The soul-suppressing cauldron was an ancient mystical treasure. It could condense divine will and suppress divine souls. As long as one's divine soul was not destroyed, one would never die and would not fear reincarnation. Next, Lin Yi followed Biluo's steps and sacrificed a drop of blood essence. Blood essence dripped onto the soul-suppressing cauldron. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, the soul-suppressing cauldron erupted with a terrifying aura. This was the aura of a divine sense. In front of this aura, Lin Yi could not help but tremble. He almost fell to his knees. Fortunately, with his powerful divine will, he was barely able to stabilize his consciousness. Moreover, his blood essence was connected to the soul-suppressing cauldron, so the cauldron didn't kill him. Time passed by second. A full hour passed. The soul-suppressing cauldron turned into a stream of light and disappeared from between Lin Yi's eyebrows. When it reappeared, the soul-suppressing cauldron was already in the center of Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was the sea of consciousness. The soul-suppressing cauldron floated in the air. However, The appearance of the soul-suppressing cauldron continued to refine Lin Ye's divine soul and divine will. At this moment, Lin Ye's divine will rapidly improved and sublimated. Level 35, level 36, level 37, level 38, level 39. Finally, the soaring divine will stopped. At this moment, Lin Ye's divine will had reached level 39. Lin Ye's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He did not expect that his divine will would suddenly increase by 5 levels and reach level 39. One had to know that every level of divine was as difficult as ascending the heavens. It was countless times more difficult than a martial artist's breakthrough. Especially after level 30, it would often take years, decades, or even a lifetime to increase one level. However, he had reached the 39th step from the 34th step in less than 2 hours. The soul-suppressing cauldron was connected to his flesh and divine will. In other words, the soul-suppressing cauldron was like his right-hand man. What made him realize that Jadefall wasn't fooling him was that the soul-crush cauldron was truly protecting his sea of consciousness. It was also tempering his divine sense and strengthening it. This way, he would be able to cultivate his divine will even faster. Finally, level 39. Lin Ye's figure flashed and left the ninefold space. When he reappeared, he was already in the room of the pavilion. His face was full of excitement. Even if he had broken through several levels in a row, he was not as excited as he was now. One had to know that although his divine was only level 39. However, this level 39 was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the yin-yang realm 9th level, or the same level. If his divine will reached level 40, it would be the same as a martial artist at the void refining realm. Now, his divine was like a martial artist at the yin-yang realm 9th level, only one step away from continuous. You don't cultivate divine will attacks. Biluo's voice sounded. Now Lin Ye's divine will could cultivate 1 or 2 divine will attacks, which would make him invincible in the same realm. However, looking at Lin Ye's appearance, he did not intend to cultivate divine will attacks now. Not for the time being. I'll go to the ninefold mountain. Maybe I should go to the sword pavilion. Lin Ye's face was full of confidence. It had been a while since he came to the Tianhai sect, but he had not achieved his goal. He did not even try to achieve it. The ninefold mountain was a good place. The sword pavilion was where he wanted to go. Okay. Biluo naturally knew some of Lin Ye's secrets and goals. Anyway, with Lin Ye's talent and strength, there was no way he could run away. After tidying up his clothes a little, Lin Ye left the room and walked in the direction of the ninefold mountain. Now, he was definitely one of the most famous people in the Tianhai sect. Wherever he passed, countless disciples and experts of the Tianhai sect greeted him. Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother. Senior Brother Lin. When they saw Lin Yi, they all greeted him as Senior Brother. In this world, the strong were respected. Since he was powerful, others naturally addressed him as Senior Brother. When Lin Yi saw his fellow disciples greeting him, he smiled and nodded as a return of greeting. That's Senior Brother Lin. Looking at him, he should be going to the ninefold mountain. I heard that Senior Brother Lin entered the Tianhai sect by going to the ninefold mountain. I wonder what level Senior Brother Lin has reached. Let's go and take a look. When they saw the direction Lin Yi was going, they could not help but guess that Lin Yi was probably going to the ninefold mountain. When they thought of Lin Yi going to the ninefold mountain, they were filled with anticipation. In an instant, the news spread like wildfire. When Lin Yi arrived at the foot of the ninefold mountain, hundreds and thousands of supreme talents already knew that he was going to the ninefold mountain. Moreover, the supreme talents at the foot of the ninefold mountain also saw Lin Yi. The news spread even more rapidly. After Lin Yi, an ordinary outer sect disciple, defeated 37 Tu-Ta disciples. He also defeated the 13th Tu-Ta. In a short 2 days, Lin Yi appeared at the foot of the ninefold mountain and was going to challenge the ninefold mountain. Chapter 93. Below the ninth mountain. Lin Yi sized it up. It was exactly the same as the ninth mountain outside the Heavenly Sea sect. The only difference was the entrance. The entrance outside the Heavenly Sea sect was for the elites of the Heavenly Sea realm. The entrance here was for the disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect. At this moment, there were hundreds and thousands of elites below the ninth mountain. All of them were in the manifestation realm, but most of them were in the yin-yang realm. There were only a few elites below the manifestation realm. At the entrance of the ninth mountain, there was a crystal stele that was 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide. The crystal stele was divided into 9 sections. The first section was red. The second section was orange. The ninth section was white. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, black, and white. 9 colors. The first section was engraved with the name of the secret mama. The second section was also densely packed with names. In the third stage, there were relatively fewer names. The fourth section had a total of 200 names. The fifth section had a total of 16 names. In other words, no one in the Heavenly Sea sect had reached the 7th peak of the 9th mountain. The 6th section had a total of 3 names. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th sections, they were empty. There was not a single name. Linny already knew the purpose of this stele. It was to record the records of the Heavenly Sea sect members who had reached the 9th mountain. The higher the ranking, the greater the talent. Hello, senior brother phone. Hello, senior brother phone. Hello, senior brother phone. Just as Linny arrived at the 9th layer mountain to look at the crystal tablet, a burst of lively voices rang out. These voices were all calling out to senior brother phone. From their voices, it wasn't hard to tell that these people were very respectful to senior brother phone. At the very least, they didn't dare to offend him. He did not turn around to look. In his opinion, this senior brother phone should be one of the more famous elites of the Heavenly Sea sect. Senior brother phone, are you here to challenge the 9th mountain? You have already reached the 3rd peak of the 4th mountain. Senior brother Feng's strength has increased greatly. I believe you should be able to reach the 4th or 5th peak this time. Such a result is enough to rank in the top 50 in the Heavenly Sea sect. Of course, Senior Brother Feng is ranked 38th on the Prodigy roll. Senior Brother Feng hasn't fought for a year now. His strength is definitely not what it was a year ago. Right now, Senior Brother Feng might even be able to make it into the top 20. In the future, Senior Brother Feng, you have to take care of us juniors. In a world where the strong were respected, it was the same everywhere. When the weak met the strong, they would try to curry favor and flatter them. The attitude of the strong was their nature. The Heavenly Sea sect was no exception. The top 100 on the Prodigy roll were all super freaks. That was true strength. In the Heavenly Sea sect, he was at least one of the top 100 disciples. Even some elders of the Tianhai sect were no match for the geniuses on the genius roll. It could be said that in the Tianhai sect, only the 10 great elders and the palace lord could suppress them. Look at the rankings. This ranking has nothing to do with you, junior brother. A smiling voice reached Lin Ye's ears. It was obvious that the voice was talking to him. Although the tone was calm, it was filled with disdain. The Prodigy roll recorded the records and results of the 9-layer mountain. A youth with an outer sect badge definitely had nothing to do with the Prodigy roll. Oh, why does this Prodigy roll have nothing to do with me? Does this Prodigy roll belong to your family? Lin Yi turned around. What appeared in front of him was a 27 or 28-year-old youth. The youth was dressed in a brocade robe and looked like the second generation of an aristocratic family. In his hand, he was holding a folding fan and gently fanning himself. Lin Yi almost scolded him. In the dead of winter, it was snowing heavily. Wasn't it too showy to be holding a folding fan and acting cool? However, this had nothing to do with him. Scolding him was just a reminder. There was no way he was going to teach someone for free. How can you say that? Don't you know Senior Brother Feng? Beside the youth, a peak Wanxiang stage cultivator angrily scolded Lin Yi. He looked as if he wanted to teach Lin Yi a lesson. I was wrong. Lin Yi had a relaxed smile on his face. It's good that you know you're wrong. Let me tell you, Senior Brother Feng is ranked 38th on the Prodigy roll. On the Prodigy roll, Senior Brother Feng is in the 4th stage. A Wanxiang stage cultivator, he said with a proud face. It was as if the person who reached the 4th layer mountain wasn't Senior Brother Feng, but him. The way he spoke was really asking for a beating. Is that so? Lin Yi looked at Feng Wuhan and asked. His face was full of ignorance. Of course, Feng Wuhan's face was full of arrogance, and he looked high and mighty. The folding fan in his hand was gently fanning himself. But what does that have to do with me? Lin Yi said something that would infuriate someone to death. When the prodigy rolled below the 9th layer mountain heard Lin Yi's words, they couldn't help but feel a little worried for Lin Yi. Feng Wuhan was ranked 38th on the prodigy roll. The prodigy roll was even higher than 35th. Now, he was courting death. It was undoubtedly suicide. Most of them didn't know Lin Yi. Those prodigy roll experts who knew Lin Yi were just watching from the side. They couldn't help but feel fearful. He was obviously a peerless demon, but he pretended to be so low-key. He had already perfected the art of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Feng Wuhan. Haha, you're ranked 38th on the prodigy roll. How can an outer sect disciple look down on you? Li Mingdu, ranked 35th on the prodigy roll. He had seen Lin Yi fight Tu Ta with his own eyes. He also saw Lin Yi defeat Tu Ming in seconds. He was terrified of Lin Yi's strength from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he didn't provoke Lin Yi. Now that he saw Feng Wuhan pretending in front of Lin Yi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of malice. He wanted to take advantage of Feng Wuhan. As he spoke, he nodded at Lin Yi as a form of greeting. Li Mingdu, do you think I'll be calculated with an outer sect disciple? To be honest, I really don't take him seriously. Feng Wuhan waved his fan proudly. When he looked at Lin Yi, his eyes were full of disdain. When he heard Lin Yi's words just now, to be honest, he was almost angered to death. If it was any other time or place, it would be strange if he did not teach this outer sect disciple a lesson. Is that really so? Feng Wuhan smiled and asked. In his heart, he almost died of laughter. Feng Wuhan actually said that he didn't take Lin Yi seriously in front of Lin Yi. He was very curious. If Feng Wuhan knew Lin Yi's identity and strength, what would his face look like? What do you think? Feng Wuhan was a little impatient. However, he wasn't a match for Li Mingdu. However, he had a brother who was ranked 16th on the prodigy roll. This was also an important reason why he could do whatever he wanted in the Tianhai sect. Coupled with his strength and talent, not many people in the Tianhai sect dared to provoke him. I really don't know, but I do know one thing. Even if you and your brother were to join forces, he would still be able to crush the two of you. Haha, this is too funny. Li Mingdu walked step by step towards Lin Yi. He said loudly. At the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but laugh, as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world. Li Mingdu, your joke isn't funny at all. If you have the ability to say that in front of my brother. Feng Wuhan glanced at Lin Yi. Based on Lin Yi's identity and cultivation, he was sure that he was a piece of trash. At the same time, he understood that Li Mingdu was disgusting him. Suddenly, he felt even more annoyed. Senior brother Lin. My name is Li Mingdu. Li Mingdu ignored Feng Wuhan and walked in front of Lin Yi. He saluted Lin Yi with his fists clasped. His actions and behavior surprised many people present. Who was Li Mingdu? He was a super prodigy expert who was ranked 35th on the prodigy roll. They didn't expect Li Mingdu to call an ordinary outer sect disciple senior brother. Of course, those who knew Lin Yi felt that it was natural, because Lin Yi was stronger than Li Mingdu. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say much. Feng Wuhan, do you know who he is? Li Mingdu didn't look for trouble. Chapter 94. Who is he? Seeing Li Mingdu's actions, Feng Wuhan had a bad feeling. However, his heart twitched uncontrollably. He knew that Li Mingdu had tricked him. The key person was the ordinary outer sect disciple in front of him. But who was this ordinary outer sect disciple? He wasn't the only one. More and more elites were curious. They wanted to know who this senior brother Lin that Li Mingdu mentioned was. Even if he was the #1 outer sect disciple, he wasn't worthy of Li Mingdu's respect. For a moment, those who didn't know Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi. Outer sect disciple Lin Yi. Li Mingdu looked at Feng Wuhan with a smile. He pointed at Lin Yi's name on the leaderboard and said, he said Lin Yi's identity and name. To be honest, most people didn't care about this identity and name. In fact, most people looked down on this identity. However, This name was on the leaderboard. More importantly, Lin Ye's name was on the 4th stage of the crystal leaderboard. The 4th mountain, the 6th peak. Identity and name. These weren't important. The most important thing was the 6th peak of the 4th mountain. That was enough. Feng Wuhan. I forgot to tell you. Senior brother Lin defeated Tu Ta. He defeated Tu Ta in seconds again. Li Mingdu looked at Feng Wuhan with a look of anticipation. He wanted to see the shocked expression on Feng Wuhan's face. As expected, Feng Wuhan's expression changed drastically. He didn't believe it. He was shocked. Most of the people present had either witnessed Lin Ye's battle with their own eyes or heard the rumors. They all knew of Lin Ye's deeds. In the eyes of the countless geniuses of the Tianhai sect, Lin Ye was simply a miracle. Those who didn't know about Lin Ye's deeds were shocked. The way you're holding the fan. I don't like it. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ye looked at Feng Wuhan. He said calmly. After saying that, he strode forward. Because it was already his turn to challenge the 9 peaks. Although Wind Without Trace had offended him, he hadn't offended him too much. There was no need for him to lower himself to the same level as someone like him. Are Tuda and Tuming really not his match? When did this happen? Can someone tell me? Feng Wuhan was completely stunned. His mind couldn't help but tremble, especially when Lin Ye looked at him. Although it was an ordinary glance, it gave him a huge pressure. This kind of pressure almost crushed him. At this moment, he clearly understood that he had provoked a person that he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Looking at the countless prodigies below the 9-tier mountain who were gloating, he knew that most of the people present knew Lin Ye and knew how monstrous and powerful Lin Ye was. He was the only one who didn't know what the F***CK was going on. To think that he would meet a monster who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. 9th level of the Wanxiang realm, 16 years old. Pass the 9th mountain and enter the Heavenly Sea sect. The 6th peak of the 4th mountain. His defense and physique crushed Tuda and defeated Tuming instantly. Countless voices entered Feng Wuhan's ears. At this moment, he wished he could tear these people into pieces. Why didn't they tell him earlier if they knew? Now, he even had the heart to die. Bang! There was a dull thud. Feng Wuhan channeled all the true origin in his body, and the folding fan in his hand turned into dust. Lin Ye's words scared him. If he didn't like the way he held the folding fan, he might as well destroy it. If he didn't like him, he would destroy it too. Feng Wuhan, haha. Li Mingdu laughed out loud. At the same time, he was extremely envious. With a simple sentence, Wind Without Trace had no choice but to obediently destroy his fan. Li Mingdu, damn you. He's twice your age, but you call him senior brother so naturally. Feng Wuhan almost went berserk. If he could beat Li Mingdu, he would definitely give Li Mingdu a good beating. Senior brother Lin has passed the 9-tier mountain. I wonder how far he can go. The 6th peak of the 4th-tier mountain is already very powerful. After living for a few decades, I finally understand that true monsters keep a low profile. I just didn't expect senior brother Lin to be so good at keeping a low profile. Why would such a monster stay in the outer sect? There were more and more elites below the 9-tier mountain. Some of them were here to challenge the 9-tier mountain. Most of them knew that Lin Ye was going to challenge the 9-tier mountain and came to watch the show. There were endless discussions, and it was very lively. This is your second time challenging the 9-tier mountain. There's no need to repeat. Let's start from where we started last time. Lin Ye entered the 9-tier mountain. That familiar yet strange voice was heard. Last time, he passed the 6th peak of the 4th-tier mountain and lost at the 7th peak. In other words, he could start from the 7th peak of the 4th-tier mountain. As he nodded, his body flashed, and he quickly flew toward the 9-tier mountain. Along the way, there was no pressure at all. It was as if he was running on flat ground. In just a short while, Lin Ye had arrived at the 7th peak of the 4th-tier mountain. Boom! As soon as he arrived at the 7th peak of the 4th-tier mountain, Lin Ye could already feel a destructive aura and pressure. It was the aura of a yin-yang realm. Moreover, it was the aura of a 3rd-level yin-yang realm elite. His cultivation had increased. When he was challenging the 4th-tier mountain, his opponents were already 3 levels higher than him. Now that he was at the 7th peak, he only had 7 opponents. 7 third-level Yin-Yang realm elites surrounded Lin Yi. The destructive power of Yin and Yang kept on twisting and tearing space apart as it crushed Lin Yi. It was as if they wanted to crush Lin Yi into pieces. Kill! Lin Yi roared as he attacked with the Sky Flame, Sacred Blade. He channeled the Starry Sky Divine Art, and a blade ray descended. The first elite fell. The second elite fell. In just 10 breaths, Lin Yi slashed out 3 times with the Sky Flame's Sacred Blade in his hand. The 7th level of the tenfold destruction blade had the power to destroy the world. Finally, after he slashed out 3 times, the 7 third-level Yin-Yang realm elites had all disappeared. 4th tier mountain, 7th peak. He passed. In a flash, he headed toward the 8th peak. He cultivated the Starry Sky Divine Art. He had the soul-repressing cauldron in his mind. He had the terrifying divine will of a rank 39 that could ignore soul attacks and auras. So fast. Senior brother Lin passed the 7th peak. How long has it been? He already passed the 7th peak. He is indeed monstrous. He is only at the 9th level of the manifestation realm, and his opponents were 7 third-level Yin-Yang realm elites. I can't believe he passed it so quickly. 4th tier mountain, 7th peak. At the foot of the 9-tier mountain, many people stared at the crystal stone tablet. They were paying attention to Lin Yi's actions. They noticed that Lin Yi's name had risen a little. Behind his name was the 7th peak of the 4th tier mountain. This discovery shocked countless people as they all looked at the crystal stone tablet. For a moment, there was an uproar. However, what they did not expect was that in less than 100 breaths, Lin Yi's name changed again. 4th tier mountain, 8th peak. Passed. 150 breaths passed. 4th tier mountain, 9th peak. Passed. 15 minutes passed. 5th tier mountain, 1st peak. Passed. 5th tier mountain, 2nd peak. Passed. 5th tier mountain, 3rd peak. Passed. 5th tier mountain, 4th peak. Passed. Heavenly Sea Sect, 9-tier mountain. At this moment, there was nothing but shock. However, no one made a sound as they were afraid of breaking the shocking scene. Everyone stared at the crystal stone tablet in a daze. Chapter 95. At this moment, Lin Yi's name had entered the 10th place on the crystal stone tablet. Not only did it spread below the 9th mountain, but it also spread throughout the Heavenly Sea Sect. Moreover, the 10 elders and sect leader of the Heavenly Sea Palace. They were all watching Lin Yi challenge the 9th mountain. 2 hours passed. Lin Yi had already surpassed the 5th mountain and entered the 6th mountain. There was only one person on the 6th mountain on the ranking. That person was Nangong Xie, who was ranked 1st on the prodigy roll. The 6th mountain. Lin Yi's figure flashed as he dashed toward the 1st peak of the 6th mountain. His battle intent was clear. He could clearly feel that his divine consciousness had become stronger. His body had also been tempered. Crack! At the 1st peak of the 6th mountain. Lin Yi had just arrived when a young expert at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm appeared. Although this young expert was only at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he gave off the feeling that he was not much weaker than Tuda. If he was outside, he would definitely be able to kill someone of the same level. The space cracked. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all as he slashed with the Sky Flame Sacred Saber in his hand. The saber radiance covered the sky as it charged toward the young expert. Whoosh! The young expert's figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. The 1st peak of the 6th mountain. Pass! Lin Yi's figure flashed as he dashed up. Time passed by minute. Countless prodigies of the Heavenly Sea Sect stared at the crystal stone tablet and held their breaths. They were afraid to break this quiet scene and break this dreamlike reality. There were already thousands of experts below the 9th mountain. These experts were all inner and outer sect members of the Heavenly Sea Sect. Everyone was curious. Would Lin Yi break the record of the 8th peak of the 6th mountain? He would surpass Nangong Xie, who was ranked 1st on the prodigy roll. The 2nd peak of the 6th mountain. Pass. The 3rd peak of the 6th mountain. Pass. The 4th peak of the 6th mountain. Pass. The 5th peak of the 6th mountain. Pass. The closer they got to the 8th peak of the 6th mountain, the more their hearts trembled. This was because the closer they were to the 8th peak of the 6th mountain, the more likely they were to break the record. Although Lin Yi hadn't broken the highest record yet. However, Lin Yi's speed in breaking through the 9th mountain had definitely broken all records. Not to mention that no one would be able to do it in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. 6th mountain, 7th peak, pass. 6th mountain, 8th peak, pass. Finally, they arrive at the 8th summit. On the crystal stone tablet, 2 names were listed side by side. He was supreme and looked down on all heroes. One was Nangong Xia. One was Lin Yi. Their names flickered with a blue radiance. At this moment, the countless geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect who were watching Lin Yi attempt the 9th mountain couldn't help but cheer. They were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. Passed. I passed the 8th peak of the 6th mountain. Senior brother Lin has reached the 8th summit. Pass, pass. Cheers filled the air. Excitement, incomparable excitement. It was as if they had passed the 8th peak of the 6th mountain by themselves. After a short moment of cheering, the foot of the 9th mountain fell into silence again because Lin Yi hadn't failed and was still trying to break through the 9th mountain. At this moment, they were all waiting and looking forward to it. They were waiting to see if Lin Yi could surpass Nangong Xia. Only by surpassing Nangong Xia could he break the record. He didn't disappoint them. Soon, Lin Yi passed the 9th peak of the 6th mountain. 4 hours after Lin Yi entered the 9th mountain, Lin Yi successfully passed the 9th peak of the 6th mountain. In the next moment, boom! At the foot of the 9th mountain, on the crystal stone tablet, a dazzling purple radiance burst out. The purple radiance, with a mysterious aura, enveloped a radius of several miles. Lin Yi's name had surpassed the 6th stage and entered the 7th stage. The purple radiance was activated. The purple radiance brought with it a mysterious aura and caused a huge commotion. 7th mountain, 1st peak, passed. Lin Yi, since the appearance of the 9th mountain, was the first to set foot on the 7th mountain. Purple Providence, it's Purple Providence. The spiritual energy of the Tianhai sect has doubled. In the Tianhai Palace, the 10 great elders and the sect master, seeing the changes on the crystal stone tablet and the purple radiance, they were stunned. After a short moment of shock, Great Elder Xue Shi opened his mouth and said, almost roaring. His face was extremely excited. This was something that only appeared in the legends of the Tianhai sect. The Tianhai sect had waited for countless tens of thousands of years and finally saw the purple providence. At this moment, they knew that the legend was not a legend, but a real existence. It was just that no one had activated the purple providence. At the same time, everyone felt that the spiritual energy of the Tianhai sect had doubled. A moment later, Lin Yi's name rose again. 7th mountain, 2nd peak, passed. The purple radiance was even more intense. The spiritual energy of the Tianhai sect had doubled. 7th mountain, 3rd peak, passed. The spiritual energy of the Tianhai sect had tripled. At this moment, countless experts of the Tianhai sect could clearly feel it. The Tianhai sect in the entire Sky Sea realm. The spiritual energy was definitely the densest. Now that it was 3 times denser, one could imagine how dense and pure the spiritual energy of the Tianhai sect was. Just imagining it made people excited. Cultivating in such an environment would be faster. For a moment, the entire Tianhai sect, down to the ordinary outer sect disciples, up to the palace master, they were all looking forward to Lin Yi breaking through the 9th mountain. He had already broken the record and surpassed everything. At this moment, as long as he broke through a higher peak, the spiritual energy of the Tianhai sect would double. It would be immeasurably beneficial to the Tianhai sect and the members of the Tianhai sect. Finally, you have appeared. The inner sect of the Tianhai sect, 108 true disciples, Nangong Xia. She was the number 1 on the prodigy list. She was the leader of the 108 true disciples. Looking in the direction of the 9th mountain, she said softly. 6 hours had passed since Lin Yi entered the 9th mountain. Lin Yi had successfully broken through the 9th peak of the 7th mountain. At the peak of the 9th peak of the 7th mountain, this is your reward. This is your responsibility. The mechanical voice was familiar yet strange. It came out from the magical light and reached Lin Yi's ears. Boom, boom. The moment the mechanical voice fell, A drop of crystal clear blood essence appeared in the light. The moment the blood essence appeared, the space collapsed and distorted, shattering inch by inch. A drop of blood essence had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Lin Yi was almost crushed to death by the terrifying power. He was killed by the reward. If word got out, he would be laughed at. However, Lin Yi was already stunned. Divine dragon blood essence. Little guy, you're rich. In his sea of consciousness, Biluo's voice rang out. Her voice was extremely excited, as if she had seen a peerless treasure. This was the first time Lin Yi saw Biluo so excited. Her voice pulled him back to reality from his shock. Idiot, you can't take it. Hurry up and seal it. Just as Lin Yi was about to use the jade bottle to take the divine dragon blood essence, Biluo in his sea of consciousness hurriedly stopped him. She asked Lin Yi to seal the blood essence and not use the jade bottle to take the divine dragon blood essence. What kind of existence was the divine dragon? How powerful was it? The power of its blood essence was enough to destroy heaven and earth. A mere jade bottle could not contain the divine dragon blood essence at all. Luo Hua made a gong. Zhong! Chapter 96. 9 drops of divine dragon blood essence. It caused the space to shatter 9 times. Lin Yi spent a lot of effort and finally sealed the 9 drops of divine dragon blood essence. It seemed like a simple matter of not fighting, but it made him so tired that he almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Biluo had taught him some sealing methods. Otherwise, he would be in trouble this time. The divine dragon blood essence can temper my body. My divine dragon 9 transformations will definitely break through when the time comes. Lin Yi kept the divine dragon blood essence and said excitedly. He did not expect that the reward of the 7th mountain would be the divine dragon blood essence. The 9th mountain is not simple. It must be even more powerful up there, Biluo said. Actually, Lin Yi could imagine it without her saying it. Because, starting from the 1st mountain, the higher one went, the more precious and rare the rewards would be. If the 7th mountain was the divine dragon blood essence, then what about the 8th and 9th mountains? It was unimaginable. His lack of experience limited his imagination. Let's go. Lin Yi's figure flashed and flew towards the first peak of the 8th mountain. Senior brother Lin has already passed the 9th peak of the 7th mountain. Could it be that he failed at the 8th mountain? It's been so long, and there's no movement. It should be over. Even so, this is a natural chasm that no one can cross. The 7th mountain and 9th peak are a natural chasm that we can never cross. I really didn't expect such a heaven-defying monster to appear in the Heavenly Sea sect. The spiritual energy of the Heavenly Sea sect is 9 times richer. It changed the fate and future of the Heavenly Sea sect. This is a true heaven-defying monster. Not only did he become a monster, but he also changed a sect and a world. Below the 9th mountain, in the Heavenly Sea sect, all the elites of the Heavenly Sea sect thought that Lin Yi's limit was at the 9th peak of the 7th mountain. However, even so, it was still heaven-defying. It changed the fate of the Heavenly Sea sect and the cultivation environment of the Heavenly Sea sect. In the eyes of countless geniuses, Lin Yi was already in existence on par with Nangong Xie. However, Lin Yi's strength was not comparable to the top 10 geniuses. If not for this, Lin Yi would have surpassed everyone and become the eldest senior brother of the Tianhai sect, ruling over all the geniuses of the Tianhai sect. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Lin Yi had finished his attempt at the 9th peak, the crystal steel emitted a white light. The white light covered the entire Heavenly Sea sect. In the blink of an eye, the spirit chi in the Heavenly Sea sect was 20 times denser and purer than before. The spiritual chi of the Heavenly Sea sect was almost tangible. It was like a mist that lingered in the Heavenly Sea sect. Saint-level destiny. Haha, it's Saint-level destiny. The Saint-level destiny has been activated. The era of the Heavenly Sea sect is coming. Suddenly, 4 old men appeared in the Sky Sea Palace. The 4 old men did not emit any aura, but their faintly discernible aura caused the 10 elders and the palace master to tremble and subconsciously kneel down. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Uncle Master. The 10 elders and the palace master bowed to the 4 old men. Their faces were filled with respect from the bottom of their hearts. They did not expect the supreme elder, who had been in seclusion, to be alerted. However, it was normal. This was a miracle of the Heavenly Sea sect. The legend of the Heavenly Sea sect had been sealed. Gradually, as time passed, the legend of the miracle faded away. Now, the miracle had come true. It was like a dream. Let's see what level he can reach. I did not expect the Heavenly Sea sect to have such a day. The leader of the 4 supreme elders, Yinfeng Wulai. He looked at the crystal screen in the Sky Sea Palace and said. The other 3 old men were also looking at the crystal screen. Seeing this, the 10 elders and the palace master could only suppress the excitement in their hearts and look at the crystal screen. After passing the first peak of the 8th peak, Lin Yi dashed towards the 2nd peak. The opponents on the 8th peak were all 7 levels higher than him. In other words, his opponents were all super existences at the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, these opponents were not ordinary experts. All of them were basically invincible in their own level. All of them were as strong as Tu Ta. They were even stronger than Tu Ta. On the 2nd peak of the 8th peak, there were 2 super experts at the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm. The same Skyfire Sacred Saber, the same 10th level Destruction Saber, the Heavenly Emperor Fist, and the Skyfrost Aurora. They were invincible. 3rd peak, pass. 4th peak, pass. 5th peak, pass. 6th peak, pass. 7th peak, pass. 8th peak, pass. On the 9th peak of the 8th peak, Lin Ye's 10th level Destruction Saber had reached the 8th level. With the wings of space, the Heavenly Emperor Fist, and the Skyfrost Aurora, he finally killed all 9 young experts of the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm. When Lin Yi killed the last young expert, the anticipation in his heart reached its limit. He wanted to know what reward he would get on the 8th peak. Congratulations on reaching the peak of the 8th peak. This is your reward, and also your responsibility. The familiar yet strange voice sounded again. This voice made him happy, because every time he heard this voice, he would get a reward, a magical and precious reward. Crack! In the light, a drop of essence blood appeared. When the essence blood appeared, the space trembled and cracked. Lin Yi could no longer stand and knelt down. This drop of essence blood was like an almighty expert who could destroy the world. It almost suffocated him. He couldn't fight against it at all. His mind trembled. Sacred blood. The great sage's blood. It has the great sage's Saint Path domain and rules. Biluo's voice sounded in Lin Ye's mind. This time, it wasn't as shocking as the last time. However, Lin Yi was even more shocked and excited than the last time. Because to him, the sacred blood was the real treasure. After getting the sacred blood and refining it, he could comprehend the Saint Path domain and rules. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, a total of 9 drops of sacred blood. At first, Biluo wasn't very excited or shocked. However, when the 2nd drop of sacred blood appeared, she was really shocked, because she found that the 9 drops of sacred blood were different. In other words, the 9 drops of sacred blood were 9 different domains and rules. How did the Heavenly Sea sect find 9 drops of sacred blood? And it was 9 drops of the great sage's blood. Indeed, it was hard for people to guess, and it was shocking. Lin Yi was happy and excited. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why did the voice always say this is your reward and your responsibility when it gave him the reward? What was his responsibility? What was his responsibility? After putting away the sacred blood, Lin Yi rested for a while. His eyes looked toward the 9th mountain. Whoosh! There was a sound of something breaking through the air. His figure flew toward the 9th mountain. Every step on the 9th mountain was extremely difficult. It could be said that every step took him a long time. The Starry Sky Divine Art was activated to its peak. The 39th step Divine Mind was activated. The Soul Suppression Cauldron spun and blocked the soul attack. 1 step, 1 step. After some time, he finally reached the 1st peak of the 9th mountain. Boom! A young man appeared. He was at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His cultivation was comparable to Tu Ming's. Seeing his opponent's cultivation, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 97. At the top of the 1st peak of the 9th mountain. Linny unleashed a wave of saber gleams. 64 peerless saber gleams covered the sky and crushed his opponent. After the saber gleams, there was a heavenly frost aurora, an 8th-level yin-yang realm expert, whose strength was comparable to Tu Ming's, had fallen. After defeating his opponent cleanly, Lin Yi passed through the first peak of the 9th mountain. However, below the 9th mountain, while countless geniuses were shocked, most of them were puzzled, because Lin Yi's name had reached the highest point on the crystal stele, which was the 9th step. A faint black light flickered, making Lin Yi's name look even more mysterious and magical. However, what puzzled countless prodigies was, logically speaking, there should be a heavenly omen when Lin Yi entered the 9th mountain. The 9th mountain was the highest mountain, but now there was nothing special. Not only them, but even the 10 great elders and sect leader of the Heavenly Sea Palace, as well as the 4 supreme elders, were puzzled. They did not know what was going on. Was the 9th mountain extremely magical? No matter how they looked at it, this should not be. Time passed by, second by second. Every half an hour, Lin Yi would pass through a peak. Midnight. This was 14 hours after Lin Yi entered the 9th mountain. Although it was midnight, the Heavenly Sea sect was still brightly lit. Countless prodigies were still below the 9th mountain. This was destined to be a sleepless night. At this moment, all the Heavenly Sea sect members were looking at the crystal stele in anticipation, waiting for the miracle to appear. This was because Lin Yi was about to reach the top. He was about to reach the 9th peak of the 9th mountain. Rumble, rumble. Countless prodigies were waiting below the 9th mountain. At the top of the 9th mountain, the battle was extremely fierce. Lin Yi floated in the air. His body was covered in wounds, and blood kept flowing out. He looked as if he had just come out from hell. The Celestial Emperor Fist had reached the peak of the 3rd level. Heavenly Frost Aurora, 2nd level. Sky-Destroying Finger, 2nd level. Tenfold Destruction Blade, 8th level. His cultivation and strength had improved tremendously, all of which had been forced out of him during the Great Battle. The battle lasted for an hour. However, there were still 4 survivors. However, he had already reached his limit. Biluo, can you lend me your power? Lin Yi asked Biluo unwillingly. This was already the 9th peak of the 9th mountain. As long as he killed these 4 experts, he would successfully reach the peak. No, I'm being suppressed by a mysterious aura. Biluo's voice made Lin Yi despair. He believed that if Biluo lent him her power, he would definitely be able to kill the 4 of them. However, at this moment, Biluo was being suppressed. Biluo was in his sea of consciousness, yet she was still being suppressed. He couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying the peak of the 9th mountain was. However, he didn't have the time to think about it. Kill Lin Yi's fighting spirit soared as he looked at the 4 experts. Even if he couldn't reach the top this time, he could still try again. Thinking of this, he also let go. They went all out, fighting to the death. In the face of death, one must either succeed or die trying. Boom! One of the experts was blasted apart by Lin Yi's fist. However, one of Lin Yi's legs was cut off. In an instant, Lin Yi had killed another expert, but he had also paid the price of an arm. Roar! At this moment, the soul-repressing cauldron in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness began to spin. His divine telekinesis began to vibrate like a tsunami. His divine telekinesis had reached a critical point and finally broke through. His domineering divine telekinesis had reached the 40th rank. His divine telekinesis had reached the 40th rank. His divine telekinesis had reached the refined void realm. With a roar, his terrifying divine telekinesis attack destroyed 2 experts. The breakthrough of his divine telekinesis instantly destroyed his opponents. He didn't even have the time to change his opponent's cultivation before it was over. He had never used his divine telekinesis. His opponents on the 9th mountain had always thought that he was at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. However, when he suddenly used his divine telekinesis at the 39th level was already at the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. Now that he had broken through to the 40th level and reached the refined void realm, his opponents should have been at the 9th level of the refined void realm. Unfortunately, his opponents were destroyed before they could change their strength. The battle had ended. His cheating ended in an instant. Boom! A beam of nine-colored radiance shot out from the peak of the ninth mountain. The nine-colored radiance formed a beam of light that shot into the sky. At this moment, the nine-colored radiance from the peak of the ninth mountain connected the sky and the earth. The commotion spread to a radius of 3,000 miles around Tianhai City. The night sky of the entire Tianhai City was filled with nine colors. It was mystical and beautiful, like a boundless paradise. Countless experts in Tianhai City looked into the sky at this moment. All the members of the Tianhai sect were extremely excited. The entire Tianhai sect was enveloped in the nine-colored radiance. At this moment, the Tianhai sect's spiritual qi was 30 times denser. Countless geniuses had broken through out of nowhere, and many of them had even obtained mysterious talents. Hum, 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 hum. Mysterious runes flashed in the air. Every divine inscription was a mystical cultivation technique or martial technique. Every formation pattern was a kind of mystical talent. Every rune was a miraculous opportunity. The Tianhai sect ordered all the prodigies to take advantage of the moment when the miracle appeared to comprehend it, hoping to obtain the martial arts techniques in the miracle, or to obtain the talents and opportunities. Because the miracle did not appear for long. The shocking miracle of the Tianhai sect made the members of the Tianhai sect immersed in excitement. The experts and martial artists of Tianhai City also looked at the sky in shock, while the main character who caused this scene was Lin Yi. At this moment, he was enveloped in the nine-colored radiance. His entire person was being tempered by the mystical nine-colored radiance. Around him were endless saint path precepts and domains, mysterious aura, mysterious everything. His injuries were instantly healed. His energy and spirit were restored to their peak. At this moment, powerful information poured into his mind. Fortunately, his divine will was strong, and he had the soul suppression cauldron. Otherwise, this information alone was enough to make him disappear. He did not know how long had passed. The nine-colored radiance disappeared. However, there was still a faint nine-colored radiance in the Tianhai sect. In his mind, countless pieces of information were slowly being sorted out. A divine artifact from the Nine Heavens Divine Sect. The one who obtains the Nine Heavens Divine Watchtower is the ruler of the Nine Heavens Divine Sect. The Nine Heavens Divine Watchtower is self-healing and immortal. He digested it for 2 hours. Lin Yi finally had a simple understanding of all the information. The Nine Heavens Divine Sect was not an item from the Tianhai realm, but from another world, from a sect called the Nine Heavens Divine Sect. In the Nine Heavens Divine Sect, it was a divine artifact. The Nine Heavens Divine Watchtower was the name of the divine artifact. After refining the Nine Heavens Divine Watchtower, one would have a self-healing body. As long as one's soul was not destroyed, it would automatically heal. In his line of sight, there was a palm-sized disc. The disc was neither gold nor jade. He did not know what material it was made of. With a thought, the disc appeared in front of him. Chapter 98. Biluo, can you tell what this Nine Heavens God Watchtower is? Lin Yi looked at the palm-sized disc in front of him. There was confusion and doubt in his eyes. It was neither gold nor jade, but in Lin Yi's eyes, it was a round jade pendant. However, the information in his mind told him that this was the Nine Heavens God Watchtower, the most precious treasure of the Nine Heavens Divine Sect. Moreover, it was a divine artifact of heaven and earth. Whoever had it would be the ruler of the Nine Heavens Divine Sect. And there was something about a self-healing body. I've never heard of it, but I've heard of a self-healing body. There's a heaven-defying object in the demon clan. At its peak, it's impossible to kill because it can heal itself instantly. Even if it's cut into pieces, it can recover instantly. This is a self-healing body. Biluo also didn't know about the Nine Heavens God Watchtower. There was a trace of hesitation in her voice, which Lin Yi felt. However, Lin Yi didn't say it out loud. A self-healing body. If I have it, I can also heal myself instantly. Lin Yi was extremely excited. It was common for experts to be injured. If the injury was too serious, it would directly affect their combat strength, or they would lose their combat strength. However, if they could heal themselves instantly, they would basically be able to fight indefinitely. Moreover, the soul suppression cauldron guaranteed that the divine soul wouldn't be destroyed. Now, with a self-healing body, as long as the divine soul wasn't destroyed, it would be immortal. This was simply tailor-made for him. Two of the most magical existences were in his hands. Although the Nine Heavens God Watchtower is a divine artifact of heaven and earth, but now it seems to be a heaven-defying auxiliary divine artifact. Usually, auxiliary divine artifacts are even more heaven-defying. Strike while the iron is hot and try to refine the Nine Heavens God Watchtower. Billy Yuo's voice sounded. She was also stunned by Lin Ye's luck and heaven-defying ability. She was curious about what kind of existence Lin Yu was. Indeed, Lin Yi sat cross-legged. At this moment, his divine sense had reached the 40th level, and his essence, qi, and spirit had reached the peak state. With a wave of his hand, a stream of energy sliced his finger open. He circulated the starry sky divine art and extracted a drop of blood essence from his body. Blood essence was no ordinary blood. Every drop of blood essence contained the essence of an animal. At most, one could refine 3 drops of blood essence at a time. However, if all 3 drops were used, one would be almost crippled. Even if he only took out a drop of blood essence, it would take a very long time for an expert to recover. The essence blood contained a person's essence, energy, and spirit. His divine soul and divine spirit were condensed within. Qi, the drop of blood landed on the Nine Heavens God Watchtower, and it immediately made a soft sound. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the Nine Heavens God Tower, enveloping Lin Yi within. The aura was mystical and mysterious. Gradually, Lin Ye's mind connected with the Nine Heavens God Tower. The Nine Heavens God Tower floated above Lin Ye's head and rotated continuously. Mystical light and aura continuously flowed into Lin Ye's body. At this moment, Lin Yi endured the tempering of the mysterious aura, and his body was constantly changing. It was instantly destroyed. It was instantly recovered. It kept repeating. Lin Yi was completely between destruction and recovery. The pain was so painful that it almost made him collapse. However, this pain was so deep that it almost penetrated his soul. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be unable to die. Time passed by minute. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. Countless experts gathered at the foot of the Nine Heavens God Tower. These experts were completely immersed in enlightenment and cultivation. Although the miracles had disappeared, countless experts had obtained talents, cultivation techniques, and martial arts techniques from the miracles. These were all things that could only be found by chance. The spiritual energy in the Heavenly Sea sect was 30 times more than before. Moreover, in several forbidden areas of the Heavenly Sea sect, there were dozens of divine inscriptions. These have been left in the Heavenly Sea sect. The disciple recruitment assessment was still ongoing. The omen of the appearance of the Heavenly Sea sect was known by the entire Heavenly Sea City. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in Heavenly Sea City. The competition among the experts participating in the assessment was even more intense. This was because they had received news that the spiritual energy in the Heavenly Sea sect was 30 times richer. A miracle had appeared in the Heavenly Sea sect, and the peak era of the Heavenly Sea sect had arrived. Young Master, the sect master has orders. Eliminate Lin Yi and Nangong Xie at all costs. In a mansion in Heavenly Sea City, the entire mansion was gloomy. Sitting on the main seat in the hall was a young man in his early 20s. The young man reclined on the chair, looking incomparably carefree. A mysterious mark flickered between his eyebrows from time to time, giving off a demonic and evil feeling. He was the young master of the demonic sect, the 9th young master, Yan Wuxin. In the demonic sect, there were more than 30 young masters. These young masters were all monstrous geniuses, and their strength was invincible among their peers. Yan Wuxin was one of the top existences among these young masters. Moreover, he had a very strong backer. His master was the current sect master of the demonic sect, the 7 Knights Demon King. Master wants to eliminate Lin Yi and Nangong Xie. Master doesn't have to value a mere Lin Yi so much, but that Nangong Xie is indeed a terrifying figure. Yan Wuxin sat up straight, a trace of surprise on his face. What kind of status did his master have? He was a figure with heaven-defying cultivation. He didn't care about ordinary humans at all. He didn't expect that he would want to eliminate a mere human junior. If it was Nangong Siya, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, Nangong Siya was the #1 monstrous genius of the Heavenly Sea sect in countless tens of thousands of years. As for Lin Yi, he was just a decent prodigy. This is the sect master's order. Young master, didn't that Lin Yi snatch the treasure you wanted? This time, we can eliminate him. The sect master has already arranged it. As long as young master kills Nangong Siya and Lin Yi, someone will escort young master out of Heavenly Sea City. Didn't young master want to go to the Heavenspan Demon Tower? The sect master has also given you a spot. The one who spoke was a black-robed old man. His entire body was wrapped in pitch-black demonic chi, and his appearance couldn't be seen at all. Young master, Lord Heavenly Demon's secret order. Similarly, in Heavenly Sea City, the demon sect was hiding here. However, this place was still very far away from the Heavenly Sea sect. They didn't dare to approach the Heavenly Sea sect because their auras were demonic auras. For a powerful existence like the Heavenly Sea sect, getting close to the Heavenly Sea sect was undoubtedly courting death. The one who spoke was a strong demon sect expert. From the outside, strong experts were no different from ordinary humans. Only when they were fighting would they emit demonic aura and demonic power, revealing their true identity. Speak. The 11th young master of the demon sect, Ao Lai. He was ranked 6th among the young masters of the demon sect. For the treasure in the secret realm, he sneaked into Heavenly Sea City. In fact, it wasn't considered sneaking into Heavenly Sea City. Even if they entered Heavenly Sea City openly, the Heavenly Sea sect wouldn't do anything to them. After all, they were only disciples of the demon sect. The Heavenly Sea sect, the demon sect, and the demon sect. The three forces had an agreement that cultivators of the void refinement realm could not fight against cultivators of the yin-yang realm. The matters of the juniors would be settled by the juniors. Moreover, the experts at the void refining realm from the devil god religion and the devil god religion could also enter the Heavenly Sea City, but they couldn't fight in the city. As long as the experts at the void refining realm from the devil god religion and the devil god religion attacked, they would be killed by the Heavenly Sea sect. Of course, human disciples could also go to the territory of the demon sect and the demon sect. Kill Lin Yi and Nangong Siya at all costs. Chapter 99. The miracle in the Heavenly Sea sect shocked the entire Heavenly Sea City. The experts of the devil god religion and the demonic sect who were hiding in Heavenly Sea City had already reported what had happened that day. The people of Heavenly Sea City were naturally happy. Because the Heavenly Sea sect was more powerful, they had more confidence to resist the demonic sect and the devil god religion. Some were happy, while others were sad. The people of Heavenly Sea City were happy, but the people of the devil god religion and the demonic sect were not. Originally, the three forces restrained each other, and no one could suppress the other. Now that a miracle had happened, although it could not affect the devil god religion and the demonic sect in a short time, the Heavenly Sea sect would become more and more powerful as time passed. The devil god religion and the demonic sect did not want to see this happen. For a moment, the atmosphere was very tense. In Heavenly Sea City, the recruitment of disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect was coming to an end. Today, the 3,000 spots had been decided. Of the 3,000 spots, 100 would be inner disciples, and the rest would be outer disciples. Welcome to the Heavenly Sea sect. From today onwards, you are a member of the Heavenly Sea sect. Originally, the recruitment was the responsibility of the External Affairs Elder. However, when the recruitment was over, one of the 10 great elders of the Heavenly Sea Palace, Xue Shui, appeared and announced in person. Yin Wuxin from the demonic zone. I'm here to visit the Heavenly Sea sect. Just as Xue Shui announced the end of the recruitment, a loud voice sounded in the Heavenly Sea Square. As soon as the voice sounded, a huge black, flying demonic beast flapped its wings and flew over. It was so fast that it arrived above the Heavenly Sea Square in the blink of an eye. A young man stood on the back of the flying demonic beast. Behind the young man were two old men and an old woman. The one who spoke was the young expert standing at the front. The young man was very handsome, but a mysterious mark flashed between his eyebrows, making him look mysterious and evil. He glanced at the experts in the square. The experts who looked at the young man all felt a wave of negative emotions in their hearts. He's from the demonic sect. Yin Wuxin, the young master of the demonic sect. Legend has it that Yin Wuxin reached the peak of the yin-yang realm 5 years ago. In order to cultivate the Qianquan demonic technique, he has been suppressing his realm. Otherwise, he would have been an expert in the void realm. Even if he hasn't reached the void refinement realm, he's definitely invincible in the yin-yang realm. He can even rival an ordinary void refinement realm expert. Yin Wuxin dared to come to Sky Sea City. How audacious. On the square, countless people recognized Yin Wuxin. He knew Yin Wuxin's identity. This young man was the 9th young master of the demonic sect. Since you're here, get down here. Is the devil cult really so impolite? Although Yin Wuxin was the young master of the demonic sect, he was still a yin-yang junior. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Sea sect naturally did not hold it against him. Of course, just because the cultivators of the Tianhai sect didn't bother with him didn't mean that the other geniuses of the Tianhai sect wouldn't show up. The other party had come to challenge the geniuses of the Tianhai sect. At this moment, a young man in white appeared in the Heavenly Sea sect. In the blink of an eye, the young man in white appeared on a high platform. The white-clothed young man's sleeves fluttered in the wind. His expression was ice-cold, and there was not the slightest bit of emotion in it. From start to finish, he did not look at Yin Wuxin, who was in the air. Instead, he was looking at the long sword in his hand. When he looked at the long sword, it was as if he was looking at his beloved. Senior brother Jian Fan. Senior brother Jian Fan. Senior brother Jian Fan. The appearance of the white-clothed young man instantly caused the geniuses in the square to cheer. Countless sky prides looked at Jian Fan with admiration. That's right, he was Jian Fan. Jian Fan, who was ranked 9th on the genius roll, was born for the sword. He was born to be a sword Dao powerhouse, and he could destroy heaven and earth with just a swing of his sword. Although he was ranked 9th, no one actually knew how powerful he was. This was because the sword Dao itself was the most terrifying attack. It was basically invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, he was a monster born for the sword. His strength was even more terrifying. His cultivation base could no longer measure his strength. 9th level yin-yang stage. It was said that he could fight a 1st level void refinement stage powerhouse. A peak 1st level void refinement stage powerhouse from the demonic sect had died under his sword. You can't even take one move from me, because you're too weak. Where's Nangong Xia? Ask her to come out. Yin Wuxin glanced at Jian Fan from the back of the flying demonic beast and said nonchalantly. His tone was extremely domineering. He did not take Jian Fan seriously at all. In other words, Jian Fan was not qualified to fight with him. He did not come for any of the Heavenly Sea sect geniuses. He came for Nangong Xia. Nangong Xia was the true monster. Even the young master of the demonic sect and the young master of the demon celestial sect did not dare to say that they were a match for Nangong Xia. There were 3 monstrous geniuses in the 3 forces. The first young master of the demonic sect, and Yi. The first young master of the demon celestial sect, Demon Prison. The first monster of the Heavenly Sea sect, Nangong Xia. Of course, these are the top 3 monstrous geniuses of this generation. Huff, the square was filled with sighs. Countless angry eyes looked at Yin Wuxin in the air. How powerful was Jian Fan? How could he say that Jian Fan could not take one move from him? Was this not an insult to the Heavenly Sea sect? It was an insult to all humans. Jian Fan's face was still emotionless. Instead, his heart was even colder. He looked at Yin Wuxin in the air coldly with his sharp eyes. Then, he flashed away. He disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already at the center of the Heavenly Sea Sect's Colosseum. This Colosseum was the biggest Colosseum in the Heavenly Sea City. It was 1,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide, and 100 meters tall. The Colosseum was built with mystical stones. There were ancient runes on it. Not even those of the refined void realm could move it, let alone those of the yin-yang realm. Come down and fight. Jian Fan's voice was heard. He did not want to argue. Facts spoke louder than words. The Colosseum was the place to test one's strength. Going up to the Colosseum was a challenge. At that moment, countless powerful warriors in the square looked at Yin Wuxin. They did not know if Yin Wuxin would accept the challenge or if Yin Wuxin was more powerful than Jian Fan. One move. Yin Wuxin's eyes were bloodshot. There was a bloodthirsty smile on his face. It was a smile that was terrifying. When his voice was heard, he had already disappeared from the back of the demonic beast. When he reappeared, he was in the air. His body floated strangely in the air. The speed of his descent was very slow. At that moment, a ball of black demonic qi appeared in Yin Wuxin's hand. The demonic qi distorted the space and corroded the spiritual qi. With unparalleled power, it charged towards Jian Fan, who was on the fighting stage. At that moment, heaven and earth trembled. The originally clear sky changed color and turned dark. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was suffocating. This is true demonic qi. Oh no, Jian Fan, retreat. The elites of the Heavenly Sea sect were shocked. They all knew that Yin Wuxin was powerful, but they did not expect him to be so terrifying. His first move was earth-shattering. There were many elders of the Heavenly Sea sect present. Chapter 100. In the past, countless experts of the Heavenly Sea sect had suffered in front of the true demonic qi. They knew the terror of the true demonic qi. Therefore, they hurriedly told Jian Fan to retreat and not take it head-on. But it was too late now. Jian Fan's face was solemn. He was a demon, a super demon, and his pride was unparalleled. At the same time, he was not a fool. He knew that Yin Wuxin's method was terrifying and overbearing. It made him feel the threat of death. This was the first time he felt the threat of death. It was too late for him to retreat. Besides, he took the initiative to fight Yin Wuxin. If he retreated like this, it would undoubtedly be cowardice. If he no longer had the heart of an expert, how could he face the experts of the Heavenly Sea realm in the future? More importantly, it would leave behind an inner demon that would affect his future cultivation. Clang, Jian Fan's face was solemn. His eyes finally left the long sword in his hand and looked at Yin Wuxin, who was descending from the sky. He waved the long sword in his hand in a strange manner. Suddenly, a shocking sword intent erupted from Jian Fan's body. The sword will and the long sword merged into one. With him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 meters was distorted and cracked. The power was shocking. Then, he turned into an unparalleled sword light and went to meet the true demonic qi. The sword radiance was unparalleled, and everything in its path turned into nothingness. In an instant, the sword radiance and the true demonic qi collided. Boom! In the square, there were millions of experts and geniuses. All eyes were fixed on the collision between the sword radiance and the true demonic qi. For a moment, everyone was nervous and their hearts were in their throats. Pucci, in the instant of collision, the demonic qi raged. The sword radiance shot out in all directions. The dark demonic qi and the dazzling sword radiance made people unable to open their eyes. In the demonic qi, there was the sound of blood spurting out. Then, a figure was sent flying and fell. He fell heavily on the battle stage. Jian Fan was defeated. He was indeed not a match for Yin Wuxin. Blood kept flowing from the corner of Jian Fan's mouth. His body was overflowing with sword intent. His spirit was extremely weak. If not for the trace of vitality, people would have thought that he was dead. Jian Fan was pale with one blow. Moreover, Jian Fan was seriously injured by the true demonic qi, which seriously affected his future cultivation. The true demonic qi remained in his body. Even an expert at the voiding realm could not force the true demonic qi out of his body. He could only rely on his own luck. I told you, you can't even take a single move from me. Who else wants to fight? Yin Wuxin had already landed on the battle stage. Although he was a monster, he was still in the yin-yang realm and could not fly. Being able to slow down the speed of the descent was already very heaven-defying. The true devil qi is indeed very strong. Yin Wuxin, you're really fast. The geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect started to worry when they saw how powerful Yan Wuxin was. Even Jian Fan wasn't able to withstand a single blow from him. Then, other than the number 1 on the Heaven's Pride ranking, Nangong Siye, and the number 2 Zhong Yushu, who else could fight against Yan Wuxian? However, Nangong Siye had always lived in seclusion. It was simply impossible for her to fight. As for Zhong Yushu, it was said that he was cultivating in seclusion. As for the others, they simply did not have the strength to fight against Yan Wuxin. If they went up against him, they would only be asking for humiliation, unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, a voice appeared in the sky. His voice was extremely loud and clear. It came from afar and shook the eardrums of the powerhouses present. Boom! In the blink of an eye, in the sky above the heavenly C-Sex square, a huge flying demonic beast appeared. The flying demonic beast was covered in raging flames. Even the air was burning. On the back of the flaming demonic beast stood a young man and a tall middle-aged powerhouse. Both of them exuded explosive energy, giving off a strong visual impact. The 11th young master of the demon god sect, Ao Lai. He's at the same level as Yan Wuxin. They fought a few times and were evenly matched. I didn't expect Yan Wuxin and Ao Lai to appear in Heavenly Sea City at the same time. The 11th young master of the demon god sect is comparable to an ordinary second-level void refinement stage martial artist. There are at least 8,000 human powerhouses who have died in his hands. Those who fell into his hands were all eaten by him. On the square, countless people who knew the young man on the back of the huge demonic beast discussed. The super geniuses of the 3 forces knew each other. The young man who had just appeared was one of the young masters of the demon god sect, Ao Lai. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. What made people remember him was his brutality and methods. He defeated human powerhouses, tore them into pieces, and devoured them as a meal. Of course, in this world where the strong were respected, the law of the jungle was like this. Humans hunted demonic beasts and refined their skins into battle armors, their blood into pills, their bones into weapons, and their meat as a meal on a plate. Humans ate demonic beasts, and demonic beasts ate humans. Ao Lai, why do you still want to fight me? But I don't have time to play with you today. Yan Wuxin looked indifferently at Ao Lai, who was nearby, and said. He knew in his heart that he was getting stronger every second, and so was his opponent. In this world, being a genius was a kind of capital. However, if one did not work hard, one would be left behind by one's opponent and by this world. A genius was improving himself every second. If he was not careful, he would be left behind by an opponent of the same level. Similarly, I don't have time to play with you today. Where's Nangong Siye? No matter how bad it is, Zhong Yushu can come out and play. Ao Lai exuded a domineering demonic aura. In his human form, he was handsome and unrestrained. He was a peerless, handsome man. However, the demonic aura and evilness on his body made people see at a glance that he was not a human, but an ugly demon. As he spoke, his eyes swept across the human prodigies as if he wanted to find Nangong Siye. Since you came to my Sky Sea City, you have to abide by the rules of my Sky Sea sect. Get down. Shui Shi spoke. From the arrival of the demonic sect's young master Yan Wuxin to defeating Jian Fan, the experts of the Sky Sea sect did not say a word. Now, the people of the demon god cult and the demonic sect were still sitting on flying demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were floating in the air, giving people a feeling of superiority. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Shui Shi's body. With one hand, he strangely pressed in the air. Instantly, a destructive aura exploded and the space shattered. The 2 demonic beasts in the air screamed and could no longer float in the air. They fell involuntarily. Even the super experts on the back of the demonic beasts were unable to control the fall of the demonic beasts. They could only leave the demonic beasts and hover in the air. However, they did not last long before they were pressed down by the mysterious power. Experts at the Void Refinement Realm. Yes, the experts with Ao Lai were at the Void Refinement Realm. The old man and woman with the young master of the demonic sect were also at the Void Refinement Realm. And they were all extremely terrifying experts at the Void Refinement Realm. When one reached the Void Refinement Realm, they could fly in the air. However, in Sky Sea City, the Sky Sea sect was the master. They had absolute control. Although Shui was powerful, he could not suppress several experts of the same level with one hand. The method he used was to mobilize the magical defensive power of Sky Sea City and directly suppress several experts at the Void Refinement Realm. Shui, do you want to fight? Among the experts of the demonic sect, the old woman was holding a strange walking stick. There was a skull on the walking stick. The skull was blood-red and disgusting, emitting waves of evil aura. She looked at Shui coldly with her small evil eyes and asked, Chapter 101. Fight. You want to do it in Heaven Sea City? Shui said with a smile on his face. As the leader of the 10 Great Elders, his cultivation and strength were unparalleled. Even the experts of the Demon God Cult and the Demon God Cult were no match for him, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of fighting. Not to mention in Heaven Sea City, he wouldn't hesitate even if he was in other places. Besides, this was Heaven Sea City. If they fought, he would have an absolute advantage. Juniors are sparring. Shui, are you going to interfere? One of the elders of the Demon God Cult spoke. He indeed didn't dare to fight in Heaven Sea City. His purpose this time was to protect the young master and complete the young master's task. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't fight with the experts of the Heavenly Sea sect in Heaven Sea City. Once they fought, they would basically stay in Heaven Sea City forever. Since it's a sparring between juniors, then we won't interfere. But this is Heaven Sea City. Be quiet, Shui said indifferently. Since they were in Heaven Sea City, they had to abide by the rules. Is Nangong Xia still not coming out? Is she afraid? Ao Lai said loudly. He looked around but didn't see Nangong Xia. You are no match for senior sister Nangong. Let me tell you, you're not on the same level as senior sister Nangong. 7th on the genius list, Yu Feng. His figure flashed and appeared on the fighting ring. He said indifferently, the genius of the Heavenly Sea sect had to fight, even if it meant death. She broke through the yin-yang realm. Well, you can go down too. Ao Lai's expression changed. He understood the meaning of Yu Feng's words. He was no match for Nangong Xia. If Nangong Xia reached the Void Refinement Realm, he was indeed not qualified to fight with her. If Nangong Xia fought, he would die. At this time, he was sure that it was impossible to kill Nangong Xia. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Yu Feng. On the peak of the 9th mountain, Lin Yi finally walked out of the unbearable pain. He didn't know how long he had been tortured. It was too difficult to refine the 9th Heaven God Tower. From the start of the refinement, he had been in constant pain. His entire body was in a state of destruction and rebirth. This cycle was repeated over and over again. In his opinion, even the 18 layers of hell would be much more comfortable than this. If he had to choose again, he would really hesitate whether or not he should refine the 9 Heavens God Tower. Fortunately, the 9 Heavens God Tower was finally refined. It had completely merged into his body. He had finally broken through to the manifestation realm. At this moment, Lin Ye's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. He was very curious to what extent his strength had reached. Let's see if you have cultivated a self-healing body. Bill Yuo's voice sounded in his mind. She was also curious as to whether Lin Yi had succeeded. You know, what Lin Yi obtained was a universal divine artifact. In order to refine this divine tool, Lin Yi had been tortured for 7 days and 7 nights, making him beg for death. Under such inhumane pain, Lin Yi had persevered. If the harvest was not proportional to the pain, then it would be a waste. Lin Yi was also curious. He stretched out his hand, and a strong wind swept past his arm. Immediately, a deep wound appeared on his arm. However, the wound disappeared the moment it appeared. It was as if it had never appeared. If he hadn't been looking at his arm, he wouldn't have believed that there was a wound on his arm. This self-healing speed was too unbelievable. He didn't even see the wound, and it healed. It is indeed magical. Your self-healing body. Perhaps it has reached the level of destruction and rebirth. Injuries can be healed instantly. Bill Yuo said in his mind. Her tone was extremely shocked. With such a self-healing body, he was almost immortal. Any attack that injured him would instantly heal him. Unless the opponent was strong to a certain extent, he wouldn't even have the chance to self-heal. Will I die if my head falls off? Linyi had a question in his mind. No matter how strong the opponent was, he could kill them. There were a few fatal spots on a person's body: dantian, head, and heart. As long as he was seriously injured in these three places, he could die. Now that he had a self-healing body, he didn't know if he would die if he was hit in the head by a strong opponent. It shouldn't be. Have you noticed? After you refine the Empyrean God Watchtower, your life gate is no longer there. In other words, there is no fatal spot on you. The only fatal spot is the destruction of your soul. But your soul is guarded by the soul suppression cauldron and a powerful divine will. Biluo reminded Linyi. She found that after Linyi refined the Empyrean God Watchtower, there was no more life gate on him. In other words, the opponent couldn't kill him even if they attacked his heart and head. I do have this feeling. My divine will has reached level 40. I have to cultivate one or two types of divine will attacks. Linya's divine will circulated around his body and found that he indeed had no more life gate. It wasn't that a part of it disappeared, but even if the original life gate was destroyed, he wouldn't die. Now that his divine will had reached level 40, he could cultivate one or two types of powerful divine will attacks. Moreover, he could unlock the fourth seal in the ninefold space. I'm afraid you can't cultivate now. The demon god Sex Young Master and the demon Sex Young Master. They are all causing trouble in the Heavenly Sea sect. Biluo's voice had a hint of a smile. Although she was in Linya's mind, she could sense what was happening outside. She also knew what happened in the Heavenly Sea sect square. However, she didn't dare to interrupt Linyi when he was refining the Empyrean God Watchtower. Now that Linyi had successfully refined the Empyrean God Watchtower, his strength had increased greatly. It was the right time to fight the demon god Sex Young Master and demon Sex Young Master. She wanted to know how powerful Lin Yi's self-healing body was. Oh, Lin Yi replied. He stood up and walked down the ninefold mountain step by step. On the Heavenly Sea Square, there were millions of elites. Their faces were extremely ugly. The reason was none other than Yin Wuxin, the demon Sex Young Master, and Ao Lai, the demon god Sex Young Master. In the Heavenly Sea sect, other than Nangong Xie and Zhong Yushu, the other top 10 geniuses had all been defeated by Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai. It could even be said that the geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect had been completely crushed. You can't even withstand a single blow. Yin Wuxin's disdainful voice sounded. He glanced at the elites on the Heavenly Sea Square with his evil eyes. Wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to look him in the eye. Xue Shuyi and the others of the Heavenly Sea sect felt helpless. If it weren't for his identity, he would have crushed the two elites of the Demon God sect and Demon sect with one finger. However, he couldn't do that. He could only blame himself for not having any elites to deal with Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai. The only person who could deal with Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai was Nangong Xie. However, Nangong Xie had reached the void refinement realm and couldn't fight. Is that so? Just as countless elites of the Heavenly Sea City were feeling helpless and angry. A faint voice sounded. The voice was sweet and clear, like the sound of nature. The anger and helplessness of the elites present calmed down in front of this voice. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Chapter 102. The crisp voice was like the sound of nature. For a moment, all the strong cultivators looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a beautiful woman appear in front of them. The woman was 21 or 22 years old. She was wearing a blue dress, and her hair was hanging down to her waist. She had a beautiful face that could topple countries. Her fair skin was like warm jade. She was like a goddess who had cleansed the dust from the 9 heavens. She had an otherworldly aura and a cold temperament that kept people thousands of miles away. Her delicate feet were 3 feet above the ground as she walked. Seeing the woman, all the strong cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect that there would be such a perfect woman in this world. They all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. This woman should only exist in heaven. How many times could one see her in the human world? Senior Sister Nangong. Senior Sister Nangong. The geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect were all excited when they saw the woman appear. Their faces were full of respect and admiration. She was the first on the genius list. The ninth mountain was once ranked first. Now, she had seen through yin and yang and reached the void refinement realm, Nangong Xie. Not only was Nangong Xie talented, but her strength was also unparalleled. She was also the #1 goddess of the Heavenly Sea sect and the #1 of the top 10 goddesses. Seeing the geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect greet her, Nangong Xie nodded slightly and walked towards Shui Shui. Whether it was cultivation, talent, or status, she was superior to everyone. Nangong Xie, you're indeed a beauty. Among the humans, this young master only has eyes for you. How about marrying me, Yin Wuxin? Yin Wuxin looked at Nangong Xie, his evil eyes emitting an evil light. Although the demonic sect had no lack of beauties, there was no beauty like Nangong Xie. Even he, the young master of the demonic sect, was tempted when he saw Nangong Xie. What a clown. Nangong Xie's state of mind was calm. There was no anger at all. Or rather, she didn't take Yin Wuxin seriously at all. Indeed, in her eyes, Yin Wuxin was probably just a slightly bigger ant. The divine phoenix would not lower herself to the same level as an ant. If it were not for the fact that he had broken through to the void refinement realm, she might have personally killed Yin Wuxin. However, she couldn't do it now. At least in Heavenly Sea City, she wouldn't kill Yin Wuxin. Yin Wuxin, Nangong Xie doesn't like you. Ha ha ha. Seeing Nangong Xie ignoring Yin Wuxin, the fiend god sect's young master Ao Lai immediately burst into loud laughter. He did not treat this place as Heavenly Sea City at all. He acted as if he was in his own territory, acting without the slightest scruple. Nangong Xie, what a pity. You've already seen through yin and yang. Otherwise, I would really want to fight you. Yin Wuxin glared at Ao Lai. The Fey Celestial sect and the demonic sect were not on good terms, but their relationship was much better than the Heavenly Sea sect. Immediately after, he sized up Nangong Xie's body. You will never be qualified to fight me. Nangong Xie's voice was always clear, sweet, and incomparably pleasant to listen to. Even if it was calm and emotionless, it was the same. However, at this moment, as she spoke, an undetectable smile appeared on her originally cold and beautiful little face. When this smile was caught by others, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Nangong Xie was a famous ice-cold goddess who never smiled. Who would have thought that he would reveal a trace of a smile today, even if it was just for a fleeting moment? Then, Nangong Xie, I said that you won't be able to withstand a single blow, and you still want to object. Yin Wuxin's evil eyes were unbridled. He knew that the woman in front of him was not someone he could obtain. Even if he reached the void refinement realm, he was still no match for Nangong Xie. Among the demonic sect's young masters, there were a few who could defeat Nangong Xie, but he was not one of them. The demon sovereign had issued an order to eliminate Lin Yi and Nangong Xie. Now it seemed that he would not be able to complete this impossible task. As for that Lin Yi, he still hadn't appeared. If he really did appear, he would definitely kill him on the battle stage. Little junior brother, senior sister, I've received news. Someone wants to eliminate you and me. Nangong Xie ignored Yin Wuxin and said indifferently. It was as if she was talking to herself. However, the people present didn't think so. The #1 genius of the Heavenly Sea sect. #1 on the genius list. #1 of the 10 great goddesses. Naturally, she had her reasons for saying those words. For a moment, the Heavenly Sea sect's geniuses were both curious and surprised. They were curious about who could be called little junior brother by Nangong Xie. Moreover, from Nangong Xie's words, they knew that someone wanted to eliminate her and her little junior brother. This meant that her little junior brother was definitely as monstrous as she was. What kind of person was Nangong Xie? No one in the entire Heavenly Sea sect could get close to her. Naturally, no one would take the initiative to get close to her. Senior Sister Nangong, the demonic sect and the demonic sect want to eliminate you and me. Can I pretend not to be afraid? A voice sounded in the distance. This voice was answering Nangong Xie. It was calm and confident. There was a trace of disdain in his words. This was the first impression everyone had. For a moment, countless people couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. They all wanted to know who the speaker was. More importantly, they wanted to know who the little junior brother Nangong Siya was talking about was. Senior brother Lin Yi. Senior brother Lin Yi. It's Lin Yi. An ordinary young man appeared in everyone's line of sight. The young man was dressed in green. He didn't have a powerful aura around him. Instead, he looked like a scholar. He was filled with a scholarly aura. His appearance here was completely inconsistent with the atmosphere. Many people present recognized the young man's identity and background. For a moment, countless people greeted or nodded at Lin Yi. Although most people didn't know Lin Yi's strength, there was one thing they all knew. That was Lin Yi, this seemingly ordinary young man, had reached the peak of the 9th layer mountain and started the miracle of the Heavenly Sea Sect, causing the peak of the Heavenly Sea Sect to arrive. Just this point alone was enough. Only such a person could be called Little Junior Brother by Nangong Siya. That's right, it was Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked over step by step. His gaze swept around, taking in Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai. However, his gaze swept past them, almost ignoring Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai. Finally, his gaze landed on Nangong Siya. Seeing Nangong Siya, Lin Yi's heart couldn't help but tremble. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So beautiful that it was out of this world. She wore a blue dress, had a tall and slender figure, an absolutely beautiful face, and skin as white as jade. Her entire person was like a goddess who had cleansed the dust of the 9 heavens. She had an otherworldly temperament that kept people 1,000 miles away. Her temperament was exactly the same as Luo Bingyue. He couldn't tell whether Luo Bingyue was more beautiful or Nangong Siya was more beautiful. He could only say that both of them were incomparably beautiful, each with their own merits. Lin Yi's eyes were unscrupulously sizing him up. However, his gaze was full of admiration. His clear and innocent gaze was like the bright stars in the night sky. Are you really afraid? When Nangong Siya saw Lin Yi sizing her up, she couldn't help but feel a trace of a young girl's shyness. However, she wasn't angry at all. She herself didn't know what was going on. Everyone who saw her looked at her, making her feel very disgusted and even disgusted. This was definitely the first time she didn't feel disgusted. Chapter 103. Senior Sister Nangong. Are you afraid of an ant? Even if this ant is just a little bit stronger than the others. Lin Yi looked at Nangong Siya. He said with a smile. At this time, he had already passed through countless people and arrived in front of Nangong Siya. A faint fragrance entered his nose. He had seen many beautiful girls. For example, Luo Xing and Luo Ling Murong Lingling and Luo Bingyue. The current Nangong Siya. However, Nangong Siya's beauty gave people a feeling of transcendence. Lin Yi's appearance shocked and made countless people curious. However, they didn't think that Lin Yi was Yin Wuxin's match. Even if Lin Yi had displayed heaven-defying talent on the 9th mountain, Lin Yi was still in the manifestation realm. How could a manifestation realm cultivator be a match for Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai? The top 10 of the prodigy role were all at the peak of Yin Yang Stage 9. Moreover, they were basically invincible in the same stage. Even so, they weren't Yin Wuxin's match. Monstrous geniuses were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Their strength far exceeded their cultivation level. Cultivation level wasn't the standard to measure their strength. Lin Yi's words just now gave people a feeling of extreme arrogance and conceit. Yin Wuxin was an ant. How could a slightly bigger ant be possible? Lin Yi, the item in the secret realm. This young master wants it. Yin Wuxin's face was filled with anger. He was the demonic sex young master, yet he was ignored by Nangong Siya and Lin Yi. The two of them were talking and completely ignoring him. This kind of provocation was intolerable. The item in the secret realm? Which secret realm? Your demonic sex secret realm? Do you know that you give me the feeling of ignorance? Lin Yi's gaze moved from Nangong Siya to Yin Wuxin on the stage. When he looked at Yin Wuxin, it was as if he was looking at an idiot. So what if he was the demonic sex young master? He would still be beaten to death or crippled. Moreover, he could faintly sense the killing intent of the three masters in the air. The moment that killing intent appeared, it had locked onto him. Although the killing intent was well hidden, Lin Ye's divine sense was extremely powerful and could easily sense it. Three peerless experts of a demonic sect wanted to eliminate him. Even if they were in Heaven-Sea City, they wouldn't have any scruples. It seemed that what Nangong Siye said was true. For a heaven-defying monster like Nangong Siye, the devil cult and the demon god cult naturally wouldn't allow her to mature. The demonic sect definitely knew about Lin Ye's performance on the Ninth Mountain. Erasing him was also within reason. He didn't expect the demonic sects. You're just showing off. Wuxin Ze's killing. He came to Heavenly Sea City in high spirits and defeated the top 10 geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect. No one was his match. How could someone as arrogant as him look down on human cultivators? Who would have thought that a mere human youth? Not only did he obtain the treasure he wanted in the secret realm, he even dared to call him ignorant. Battle of life and death. Lin Yi walked toward the battle stage. He walked up to the fighting stage and looked at Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai. One was the demonic sex young master. The other was the demon sex young master. Both of them were monsters of the demonic path. If he could kill them here, the demonic path would have 2 fewer experts in the future. It was definitely a good thing for humans. However, it wasn't easy to kill them, especially in Heavenly Sea City. Of course, if they signed a contract on the battle stage. As long as they agreed to a battle of life and death, it was reasonable to kill each other. Battle of life and death. Battle of life and death. There were millions of experts in Heavenly Sea City Square. Seeing Lin Yi scold Wuxin, they were very happy. However, they didn't expect Lin Yi to really dare to enter the battle stage. After all, Lin Yi was only at the 9th level of the manifestation realm not long ago. He was far from being Wuxin's opponent. Moreover, even if Lin Yi's cultivation was the same as Wuxin's, Lin Yi couldn't be Wuxin's opponent because Wuxin was the demonic sex young master. He was invincible among his peers. In the entire Heavenly Sea sect, only Nangong Siye could defeat Wuxin. Zhong Yushu could fight Wuxin at most. Now, not only did Lin Yi walk onto the battle stage, but he also proposed a battle of life and death. Furthermore, he had taken the initiative to propose a battle to the death. Wasn't he seeking death? Countless experts were shocked and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Even Xue Shuyi was worried and wanted to stop Lin Yi. Lin Yi, brother Lin Yi, Luo Bingyue and Murong Lingeling were terrified when they heard that Lin Yi was going to have a battle to the death. It wasn't that they didn't believe Lin Yi. It was because Wuxin was too monstrous. Lin Yi's strength was comparable to the top 10 of the prodigy ranking. Even so, he was no match for Wuxin. Okay, Yin Wuxin was stunned. He was also confused by Lin Yi's suggestion of a battle to the death. He didn't know if Lin Yi was confident or had other means, but this was an opportunity to kill Lin Yi openly. As long as he killed Lin Yi, his mission would be completed, and he could get the treasure he wanted. Ao Lai, you don't dare? Lin Yi smiled. He looked at Ao Lai with a hint of violence in his eyes. Screech, what's going on? Is Lin Yi going to have a battle of life and death with Ao Lai? Could it be that he had the confidence to kill Yin Wuxin and then fight Ao Lai? It was unimaginable. It was beyond the scope of everyone's imagination. Everyone was looking at Lin Yi in shock. Arrogant. Ao Lai was really stunned by Lin Yi. On the other side, Yin Wuxin's face was ugly. Arrogant. Arrogant. Strong. What Lin Yi displayed was true arrogance and strength. Their strength and arrogance paled in comparison to Lin Yi's. It was not even worth mentioning. Since you dare to be so presumptuous in my Heaven-Sea City, then you should be prepared to pay the price. The smile on Lin Yi's face remained. There was a hint of disdain in his smile. In Ao Lai's eyes, he was mocking him. The anger in his heart was indescribable. He looked at Yin Wuxin and made a decision. Battle of life and death. Ao Lai loudly accepted the challenge, agreeing to the life and death battle. He was the young master of the Devil God sect. Even Yin Wuxin had agreed. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Ao Lai agreed to the battle. Yin Wuxin agreed to the battle. The millions of experts in the Heaven Sea Square could testify. For a moment, the square was in an uproar. Today, on this fighting stage, only I can leave. His simple words were domineering and confident. If someone else had said this, they would have said that only one out of the three could leave the battle stage. However, Linya directly said that he was the only one who could leave the battle stage. Just how confident and domineering was he? Boom, boom. As Lin Yi spoke, he channeled his true yuan. He pressed one hand on the fighting stage. Suddenly, there was a terrifying fluctuation of divine inscriptions. As the divine inscriptions fluctuated, a light shield appeared. The light shield shrouded the entire fighting stage. The light shield was transparent. One could see everything inside and outside. Even sound would not be blocked. The light shield's only supporting function was to let the people inside out to prevent attacks from outside from entering again. The light shield would only disappear when the battle ended. Seeing Linya's action, everyone was shocked. This was sealing off all paths of retreat. Chapter 104. The life and death battle had begun. Lin Yi of the Heavenly Sea Sect, Ao Lai, the young master of the Demon God Sect, Yin Wuxin, the ninth young master of the Demonic Sect. The three of them stayed in the fighting stage. The light shield enveloped the fighting stage tightly. People outside couldn't get in, and people inside couldn't get out. All the escape routes were sealed. The millions of experts in the square were puzzled. More importantly, they wanted to know why Lin Yi did this. He was courting death. At this moment, none of the experts in the Heavenly Sea City were gloating. They only felt sorry for Lin Yi and worried about him. After all, Lin Yi was a human genius. In the face of a racial war, humans were the most united. They would rather kill each other than see their own people being killed by other races. This was human nature. Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin. In the Heavenly Sea Sect, regardless of whether they were from the inner or outer sect, all of them cheered at this moment. They didn't care if Lin Yi was a match for Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai. However, Lin Yi's courage was not something they could hope to match. Thunderous cheers filled the entire plaza. Lin Yi's name was everywhere. But, in the fighting ring, Lin Yi gently raised his hand. He made a gesture to keep quiet. Suddenly, the endless cheers stopped. Do you know why the clowns from the Demon God Sect and the Demonic Sect dare to come to the Heavenly Sea City? That's because you're not strong enough. When you're strong enough, will these clowns still dare to come to the Heavenly Sea City? Is there a need to cheer after killing 2 ants? Lin Yi turned around and glanced at the crowd. His voice was faint. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like thunder in the ears of the experts in the Heavenly Sea City. They were shocked. They were all shocked. They were shocked by Lin Yi's arrogance and domineering attitude. They were shocked by Lin Yi's words. What he said was the truth. If he was strong, the evildoers from the Demon God religion and the demonic sect would not dare to come Sky Sea City. However, the question was there even a sliver of hope for Lin Yi's life and death battle? Die. Despicable ant die. Yin Wuxin almost died from anger. Ever since this little human had appeared, he had been provoked and ignored. On the other side, Ao Lai was in a similar situation as Yin Wuxin. Since when were humans so arrogant? A lowly human youth who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dared to challenge them to a life and death battle. They naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity that was delivered to their doorstep. For a moment, the two of them launched a destructive attack, crushing toward Lin Yi at the same time. At the peak of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he was invincible among his peers. Even a cultivator at the Voiding realm would be severely injured if not killed. However, 10 days ago, Lin Yi was only at the 9th level of the Manifestation realm. Could a 9th level Lin Yi withstand a single attack from Ao Lai and Yin Wuxin? True demonic Qi could destroy the heavens and earth and erode all living things. The power of the demon god was domineering and could destroy everything. The two of them were at the Yin-Yang realm and couldn't fly in the air. However, their speed was extremely fast, even faster than a cultivator at the Voiding Realm. They were 200 meters away from each other in the blink of an eye. The domineering and destructive attacks crushed toward Lin Yi. One of them will die first. When the experts in the square saw Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai attacking Lin Yi at the same time, their hearts couldn't help but sink. They closed their eyes, not daring to see Lin Yi being brutally killed. However, at this moment, the motionless Lin Yi opened his mouth. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, that's right. He was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He activated the power of Yin and Yang and the starry sky divine art. At this moment, the heavenly frost aurora was unleashed. Instantly, the light of the heavenly frost aurora burst out and met Yin Wuxin's true demonic qi. On the other side, he casually threw a punch toward Ao Lai. The domineering and destructive heavenly emperor fist was unleashed. In an instant, one of them launched 2 attacks. 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. 10 days ago, he was at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. Now, he is at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When everyone saw Lin Ye's cultivation, they couldn't help but be stunned. It wasn't that Lin Ye's cultivation was heaven-defying. It was that his cultivation speed was too fast. 10 days ago, he was at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. Now, 10 days later, he was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Boom. In a battle between super experts, the outcome was decided in an instant. Everyone only saw Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai unleashing their destructive attacks toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi also unleashed a punch and a ray of light. Everyone could see that Lin Yi's heavenly emperor fist was trying to injure Ao Lai. As for the ray of light, it was trying to stop Yin Wuxin's true demonic qi. However, would it really work? This question arose in all the experts' minds. In an instant, the result was out. When the experts of the Heavenly Sea sect saw that the Heavenly Emperor Fist was destroyed by Ao Lai, and Ao Lai's destructive demon god power smashed on Lin Ye's back, everyone exclaimed. After being hit by Ao Lai, Lin Yi was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even King Kong would be smashed into pieces. Pucci. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Yi was going to die, a miracle happened. The ray of light that Lin Yi used to block the true demonic qi passed through the true demonic qi and hit Yin Wuxin. Yin Wuxin's chest was pierced by the cold ray of light, leaving a huge hole. Yin Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. From the beginning to the end, he didn't believe that he would be killed. Moreover, he was killed by a human at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in one move. Thud! Yin Wuxin fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. The 9th young master of the demonic sect, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect, was no match for him. However, in front of Lin Yi, he was killed in one move. Boom! Ao Lai's demon god power hit Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi's body trembled, and a fist-sized hole appeared on his back. Ao Lai's demon deity force smashed a hole through his heart. Blood spurted out, forming a curtain of blood. Lin Yi. Senior brother Lin. Brother Lin Yi. Junior brother. Seeing that Lin Yi's heart was penetrated by Ao Lai's attack, everyone was shocked. They all knew that Lin Yi couldn't survive. Countless geniuses of the Heavenly Sea sect, as well as Xue Shui and the other elders, felt sorry for the death of a peerless genius who had killed Yin Wuxin in one move. Ha ha, ha ha. Ao Lai laughed loudly in the fighting ring. He laughed without restraint and was incomparably crazy. In this battle, he had gained the biggest advantage and became the biggest winner. Yin Wuxin had died. Lin Yi had also died. He was Ao Lai. He was the real invincible genius. Even if he met the other young masters in the demon god sect, he would have more confidence. Are you done laughing? A faint voice sounded. This voice shocked Ao Lai, as if he had seen a ghost, because he recognized that the voice came from Lin Yi, a human. Lin Yi had been killed by him in one move. How could he speak? Was he not completely dead? However, with his gaze, not only did Lin Yi not die, but he was moving around well. What made him even more shocked was that the hole he had made on Lin Yi's back had disappeared. Only his clothes were damaged. Other than that, there were no other injuries. For a moment, he thought that it was all an illusion. Could it be that he had seen wrongly from the beginning? Was Lin Yi not killed by him? Chapter 105. Not only AO Lai, but also the millions of experts present. They all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them, and their faces were full of shock and disbelief. They clearly saw AO Lai's attack penetrating Lin Yi's heart, but in an instant, Lin Yi was unscathed. There was no trace of injury where the bloody hole was. The only thing that could prove that Lin Yi had suffered a heavy blow was the clothes on his body. There were tears on his clothes. Instant recovery. Immortal body. What a terrifying recovery ability. It's too fast. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice that he was really injured. It's just that his recovery speed is unbelievable. Ordinary people can't see it. The one he really wants to kill is Yin Wuxin. Indeed, the punch he used was just to offset part of AO Lai's attack. He has full confidence that he can take the rest of the attack head-on. There was no lack of super experts in the Tianhai Square. For example, Xue Shui and the others were all in the Void Refinement Realm. The eyes and divine senses of Void Refinement Realm experts were powerful. Naturally, the changes in Lin Yi's body couldn't escape their eyes. They knew that when AO Lai attacked Lin Yi's heart was penetrated. It was an illusion. However, with Lin Yi's incredible recovery speed, he recovered in an instant without leaving a trace. The experts of the Tianhai sect were very excited when they knew about Lin Yi's incredible recovery speed. Moreover, Lin Yi killed Yin Wuxin with a simple attack. In that case, Lin Yi killing AO Lai would be a piece of cake. But in the air, the three super experts from the demonic sect and the expert from the Fey God sect looked terrible. They didn't expect that the Tianhai sect had such a genius who was not inferior to Nangong Xie. If this continued, he would become a big problem for them. There was an idea in their minds. This boy couldn't be left alive. Yin Wuxin had already died. AO Lai didn't have a good chance of winning. The evil path would definitely lose two peerless geniuses at once. I didn't expect Junior Brother to be so monstrous. Nangong Xie said in a low voice as she looked at Lin Yi on the battle stage. Although she hadn't seen Lin Yi's strength with her own eyes, she had reached the 8th peak of the 6th peak of the 9th peak. She knew how terrifying and powerful the 9th peak was. Lin Yi could reach the peak of the 9th peak. This meant that Lin Yi was very strong. At the very least, he could fight against Yin Wuxin and AO Lai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed Lin Yi into the heart of the storm. Little brother Lin Yi is amazing. A sweet smile appeared on Murong Lingling's beautiful face. Lin Yi never failed to surprise her. The surprise this time made her heart tremble. I wonder how many girls have been charmed by you. Luo Bingyue had always been worried about Lin Yi. After seeing Lin Yi's strength, he was slightly relieved. You're not dead. AO Lai's expression was extremely ugly. Naturally, he could hear the voices outside the platform. Moreover, his protector transmitted a message to him, saying that Lin Yi had a talent comparable to the immortal body. His self-healing speed was heaven-defying. This meant that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. He had indeed attacked Lin Yi, and Lin Yi's heart was cold. If not for Lin Yi's incredible self-healing speed, Yin Wuxin would have ended up like Lin Yi. The young master of the demon god sect. Trash like you. You think you can fight me with your insignificant strength? What a joke. Lin Yi walked towards AO Lai step by step. At this moment, he knew how terrifying his self-healing body was. He had taken AO Lai's attack head-on to test the self-healing ability of his body. He had made the right bet. The self-healing body was indeed beyond his imagination. The freezing sky aurora had killed Yin Wuxin head-on. Now, AO Lai was the only one left. He could completely crush AO Lai. Demon Master Possession. Die. AO Lai was completely terrified. It was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. He had never thought that his life would be threatened by a mere human. He also didn't expect that the human's cultivation level was a few levels lower than his. He activated his demon power and performed a heaven-class martial skill. The Demon Master Possession was a terrifying secret skill of the Demon God sect. Once performed, one's cultivation level would increase by a few times. However, the time was limited. It was only a few dozen seconds. Moreover, There would be repercussions after performing such a secret skill. One's cultivation level might not be able to increase anymore. Aolai knew the pros and cons of the Demon Master possession. However, even if he knew, he could only perform the Demon Master possession. At this moment, if he didn't perform the Demon Master possession, he wouldn't even have a chance to live. Rumble, rumble. Aolai's body had become 10 meters tall. As he waved his long arms, the space trembled and cracked. The fighting ring shook slightly, as if it was going to collapse. His huge body was emitting a faint golden glow, giving off a strong visual impact. He looked like a demon that had descended to the world. He threw a punch at Lin Yi. The space was pierced through by the punch. Heavenly Emperor Fist, level 3. Lin Yi's figure flashed. His entire body was like a sharp sword, turning into a shooting star. Similarly, he threw a punch at Aolai's huge fist. However, the Heavenly Emperor Fist that he performed was at level 3. It was the peak of its power. Boom! Crack! There was an explosion. There was the sound of an arm being broken. Aolai's huge body gave off a strong impact. However, when he clashed with Lin Yi's Heavenly Emperor Fist, his huge body was thrown away. His entire arm was turned into dust by the power of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. As for Lin Yi, his speed did not decrease as he chased after Aolai. Tenfold Destruction Blade, level 8. The Skyflame's sacred blade appeared in his hand. With a slash, the 8th level of the Tenfold Destruction Blade was performed. In the blink of an eye, 128 destructive blade lights shot towards Aolai. The blade intent in the air twisted, and the light shield on the battle stage shook as if it couldn't withstand the destructive blade lights and was about to collapse. The blade radiance fell. The fighting ring became quiet. In a flash, Lin Yi retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. As the blade radiances disappeared, Aolai appeared in front of all the experts. At this moment, Aolai had hundreds of wounds on his body. Each wound was fatal. Moreover, there was a faint, unparalleled blade on his wounds. The 11th young master of the Fey God sect, Aolai, had fallen. From a moment Lin Yi stepped onto the fighting ring to the end of the battle. The entire process only took a few breaths. However, the two peerless geniuses of the Fey God sect and the demonic sect had fallen. The life and death battle had ended. Yin Wuxin had fallen. Aolai had fallen. Lin Yi had won. The millions of experts were still in shock. They could not believe that this was real. The arrogant and powerful young master of the Fey God sect, the evil and bloodthirsty young master of the demonic sect. He was killed by Lin Yi, who was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What was a monster? What was powerful? What was overpowered? Chapter 106. Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin. After a short moment of silence, the square burst into cheers. The whole square was almost turned upside down by the cheers. Tianhai City, Tianhai Sect. All the experts and geniuses knew one thing: Lin Yi's strength. After this battle, he would be the senior brother of the entire Tianhai Sect, the #1 genius of the Tianhai Sect. Even the disciples of the Tianhai Sect who were in their 30s or 40s or even older would have to call Lin Yi senior brother when they saw Lin Yi. In a world where the strong were respected, age was not the measure of status and identity. Strength was the way to go. Arrogant, domineering, powerful, heaven-defying. This was the impression that Lin Yi gave everyone. However, what puzzled them was that Lin Yi usually kept a low profile. If it weren't for Tu Ming and Tu Ta, they wouldn't have known that there was such a powerful existence in the outer sect of the Tianhai sect. Now, if it weren't for his battle with Yin Wuxin and Aolai, more people wouldn't have known about his strength. To give him a comprehensive evaluation, he usually kept a low profile and was humble. He was overbearing and domineering when dealing with his enemies. Luo Binghua looked at Lin Yi with a smile on her beautiful face. Murong Lingling was very happy at this moment. Nangong Xia nodded with satisfaction. And Feng, Yao Yu, you can leave Tianhai City now. Xue Shi shouted as he looked at the few peerless experts in the sky. At the same time, a peerless pressure erupted from his body. The power of the void refinement realm made the world tremble. Next to Xue Shuyi, several powerful elders also looked at the experts of the demon god sect and the demonic sect in the sky. If these top experts didn't leave Tianhai City, they didn't mind making them stay here forever. Humph. And Feng, Yao Yu, and the others looked terrible. He glared at Lin Yi, who was in the middle of the fighting ring. Their silhouettes flashed as they flew away from the Heavenly Sea City. They knew that Yin Wuxin and Ao Lai had fallen here. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Yi. Moreover, if they were late, the people of the Heavenly Sea sect might take the opportunity to make them stay in Heavenly Sea City. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after the experts from the demon god cult and the demon cult left, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. As soon as the voice sounded, two figures appeared in the sky above Tianhai Square. The faces of Xue Shuyi and the elders changed greatly. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a premonition that something shocking must have happened. Otherwise, the two elders guarding the Heavenly Devil Canyon would have returned with serious injuries. In the air, there were two figures. They were two of the 10 elders of the Heavenly Sea sect. Grand Elder. The people of the demonic sect have entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon. The army of the demonic sect has flattened the Heavenly Devil City. The one who spoke was one of the 10 great elders, Yin Tianping. His body was riddled with injuries. A peerless expert like him, who stood at the top of the Sky-Sea realm, was unexpectedly injured to such an extent. One could imagine how terrifying the opponent was. More importantly, what he said was true. Suddenly, the faces of the millions of experts in Tianhai Square changed greatly. The Heavenly Devil City has fallen. They went to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Xue Shuyi's face changed. The other experts only knew that the fall of the Heavenly Devil City was a huge threat to humanity, but they didn't know what kind of shocking changes the demonic sect would bring if they entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Countless demons were suppressed in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. If the demonic sect released these demons, the Sky-Sea realm would really be finished. All along, the experts of the Heavenly Sea sect had been guarding the Heavenly Devil City and the Heavenly Devil Canyon at all times, maintaining the seal at all times. But they didn't expect the demonic sect to enter the Heavenly Devil Canyon. The 10 guardians of the demonic sect, the 10 demon generals, and all the young masters. Even the demon lords have moved. There are millions of demonic sect members in the entire Heavenly Devil City. One of the 10 great elders, Luo Ao. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th level void refinement stage. Fortunately, both of them had supreme treasures like the transportation talisman with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Although both of them were powerful, the demonic sect had almost turned out in full force this time. Just the young masters of the demonic sect were enough to kill the two of them, not to mention the 10 great guardians and the 10 great demon generals. Where are the people in the Heavenly Devil City? Xue Shuyi's face was distorted. In fact, he had already guessed the outcome. But he didn't give up. There were millions of human residents in the Heavenly Devil City. They were all slaughtered, Yin Tianping said with a trembling voice. He had seen millions of human residents being slaughtered by some demonic sect experts. They were even dismembered and devoured. The scene was tragic and cruel. He didn't have the ability to protect these people, so he could only use the transportation talisman to escape. Everyone, get ready. Wait for orders to head to the demonic sealing city. Xue Shuyi's voice was like rolling thunder that spread throughout the Tianhai Square. All the experts on the Sky-Sea Square heard it loud and clear. Although 99% of these experts weren't from the Tianhai sect, they were still human. The demonic sect had entered the Heavenly Devil Valley. When the time came, the demonic sect and even the remnants of the demons would sweep through the entire Tianhai realm. As long as one was a human, they would have to resist the invasion of the demonic sect and the remnants of the demons. Otherwise, the Tianhai realm would disappear and become the world of the demonic sect and the remnants of the demons. After Xue Shuyi finished speaking, his body turned into a streak of light and disappeared. The other elders followed suit and left as well. With such an unforeseen event, the Tianhai sect's higher-ups had to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with the demonic sect. The sudden change in the heavenly devil city made the hearts of the experts in the Tianhai sect heavy. The air also became extremely heavy. Lin Yi activated the light shield and left the fighting stage. Brother Lin Yi. Murong Lingling ran to Lin Yi happily. She held Lin Yi's hand with her slender hand and looked very happy. She knew that Lin Yi was powerful, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to be so monstrous. The demon god cult's young master and the demonic sect's young master couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Even the demon god cult's young master was killed by Lin Yi with one punch after using the demon god possession secret technique. She was very curious. She didn't know how powerful Lin Yi was. Also, Lin Yi was only at the manifestation realm 10 days ago. Who would have thought that 10 days later, he would be at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm? Such a cultivation speed might not be unparalleled in the future, but it was at least unprecedented. Lingling. Lin Yi held Murong Lingling's hand with a smile. But at this moment, Nangong Siye appeared in front of them. Not only Nangong Siye, but Luo Bingyue, Ling Si, and the nine-tailed fox Silent Soul also came to Lin Yi. Little junior brother, you have to prepare well. Let's go to the demon ceiling city. A faint smile appeared on Nangong Siye's beautiful little face. She looked at Lin Yi with her beautiful eyes and said, she was also curious. This little junior brother was so heaven-defying. She originally thought that Lin Yi was heaven-defying for reaching the peak of the 9th peak, but it wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Now that she saw Lin Yi's strength, she realized that she had underestimated this little junior brother. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister Nangong. Lin Yi nodded. This was his first time meeting this senior sister Nangong, so he didn't know her well. Furthermore, no matter how he looked at her, he couldn't see through her. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.